Howdy, good morning. Closer to afternoon, though. Howdy, howdy. Starting a bit late, because Fran wanted to join me. Figured I'd wait for him. Oh boy, I'm still a little sleepy, but I'm sure we'll wake up as soon as we start getting into this. Anyway, yeah, I got my friend Estra, I'm joining me, and we're gonna be nerds here. Gotta remember what we were doing last. I like this song. I like the reverse notes. I really like reverse notes a lot, and like game music and whatnot. Anyway, I'm gonna chug some of this coffee here to wake myself up. Also, kind of just stalling, waiting for my friend. Coffee's gone a little cold. Probably gonna have to get a refill here. So, hey, you know what? Actually, I already started making some coffee. There's probably enough to refill this. Give me a bit. Give me another couple minutes. Alright, alright. Let's try to remember what we were doing last week. Kind of got preoccupied with getting through all of whatchamacallit. Trails in the Sky. I finally finished that yesterday, was it? Yeah. I'm already losing track of time. Oh no. You gonna show up? There it is. Ooh, okay. I think last week we basically started this this new episode 7. We learned a lot about Kinzo, the island where Beatrice and the gold came from. I'm thinking, like, everything new that we learned, I'm thinking back to the whole thing I was thinking with Shannon, how she's suspicious. But, like... so there's no way things take place because of Shannon, right? Even with all the weird suspicions I have against her? Because in the end, it's an explosion that happens, right? Yo, hello.
It was said in red, a servant cannot be the culprit.
Is she a... Shut up. Anyway, hold on. You're, like, kinda low. Which one of these is you? Why does it always split Discord? Maybe this one?
Hello?
Yeah, that one is it. Or I'll turn you up to about there. That should be good. But... So she can't be the cause, but she... still has to be deeply tied into it, I think. I don't think there's any way she's not. Her and Canon, because they're like... They're very weird things going on with them. Oh man, anyway, what was all that we did? We basically, it was the entire, like, Kinzo backstory stuff, right? I don't think anything past that.
The Kinzo episodes.
And then we ended after he was done, like, talking about all that. What happened?
I can wrap it up in like 2 sentences, but...
What happened after... After the guy and Leon? Why did I forget his name already?
Will?
Yeah, after Will and Leon were done talking to Kinzo, they went... Where?
Not sure.
My mouse. Ask you, think this series is good to enjoy? Think this... Oh, this is like the first real visual novel I've ever tried playing. I think it's been great. The whole murder mystery thing going on with it. The whole murder mystery stuff going on with it is really good. It's a bit of a slow start, but I think that's something to be said of like most visual novels anyway. Most kind of stories.
I think
I just...
for a visual novel, Umineko has a pretty slow start, but it's worth it.
For sure, after I was done with the first episode, I was all in on continuing the rest of the series.
Okay, I see where you left off. You just finished talking to Nanjo after you left Kinzo.
Right, okay.
Who basically confirmed that he was the doctor.
Just the first person to know who played this. You're the second person to ask me about it, actually. Or Zed asked me if Umineko was good too, and I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, go and play Umineko. See ya.
Alright. Let me know when you start it and what you think. That asks about everything and never plays it. I gave him a link to the Umi Pro version of Umineko that I use. It comes with like this cool music player whenever you find a or come across a new music track and all that. Just like animated talking sprites and other cool effects. It's a pretty nice way to go through the visual novel. Is it Googleable or do you need a direct link for that? I got it through a link.
My result I see when I Google Umipro.
Umipro, UMI Pro, all one word.
The full name is Umineko Project, if that helps.
Umineko Pro, yeah, if you just search UMI Pro altogether, then yeah, the third link is probably... It is.
No, the link I'm looking at is uminekoproject.org.
Umineko-project.org. I could just DM this to you. Wow, that's a lot of mirror links.
I don't think it's mirror links, I think it's all parts that you need to download to install it.
You just gave me a thing that was like... one link. Well, whatever.
Yeah, I think I just gave you a torrent or something.
You can't say that.
It's okay, you bought the game.
I did, yeah. Which, you bought the game for me.
Yeah, you're fucking welcome.
I won't start it now, planning to. Righto, you can always ask me for like links and stuff again whenever you do decide to finally start it. I have stuff like bookmarked and all that. The infection spreads. Anyway, I'll be seeing you then, Key. Let's see, where were we? So last episode was basically we started talking to Kinzo, and then we got a whole bunch of backstory. We learned a lot. Right, oh, peace. But I don't know, is it... it has to be a fact that an explosion happened because I'm almost certain I learned about that in episode 4.
You said that before when it was brought up again, but I really don't recall you ever mentioning it.
I can't remember when I first learned about it, but it was not a surprise when you told me to read about the... read Erica's, like, description. I wasn't surprised at all.
You must have realized it, but just never brought it up then?
You know what I remember you saying before? You mentioned how one of the ending things has, like, the sound of an explosion in the background.
Okay, but I mentioned that after the reveal.
Did you? Are you sure?
4. Yes.
When did I learn it was an explosion? I could've... I need to go back and, like, look through bits of episode 4, because I feel like... It has to be when Angie was talking to that guy at the, like, the diner or whatever. That, like, not researcher guy. Professor? I don't know what you would call him.
I would assume you must have realized from all the talk about it being an accident that was an explosion.
No, I didn't...
I guess you never brought it up then or something?
No,
Because you weren't supposed to know. Not that surely, anyway.
It has to be hinted at it enough in episode... I feel like it... Episode 4, for sure, has to be when I learned about that.
It's honestly pretty easy to piece together when you really think of the clues leading to it.
But I don't think I thought about it... I don't think I thought about it that hard. I think because it almost just basically told me exactly that.
They really only told you it was an accident.
No, I'm sure they mentioned explosion. I'm like... I'm I'm like endlessly close to it being 100% that an explosion was mentioned for sure in episode 4. Maybe
Yeah,
not
small
when
bombs
Angie.
with Adler's Fury.
No, shut up. Maybe not when Angie was talking to that professor guy, but maybe when it was mentioning things about Eva, when they were talking about her and the mysteries and like around her and how she wouldn't talk.
I'm pretty sure all they mentioned.
Oh, no, they
she,
had.
She didn't get caught up in the accidents because she was in Ecuadorian.
And I feel like around that, when they mentioned that part, somewhere around there, they say the accident was an explosion, right?
They do not say that.
Darn, you gotta help me out here, right? An explosion was mentioned in
Why
episode
would they give
4,
you an
right?
answer like that in the question arc?
Why would they shove it? Oh wow, I accidentally pushed circle on my thing. Oh, not circle, plus on the thing. There we go. Why would they just have it there in Erica's freaking description thing? When you go and look at her and murder her in there. Relevant? That's...
It's relevant to why she disappeared.
Disappeared because she wasn't real. There's... we can't keep banging on this forever, but... It's... at least 100% for certain that it didn't come to me as a surprise when I read Erica's description.
Alright, I guess you're just smart then.
I'm not smart. It's... whatever, dude. My head already hurts. I'm already exhausted. Darn isn't even saying anything. Alright.
I guess it could be that I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm right.
I feel like you're wrong, and I'm right. I can't be wrong.
Okay, but you're biased.
Of?
Wanting to be right and not wrong?
I'm not sure that's how that word works.
Yeah, well, ESL, fuck you.
Anyway, however we learned about it, by this point we know about it for sure, so... I think where I was going with that is... since we know it's an explosion that causes the accident, and this whole military base that was dug out on Rokkenjima, was it meant for submarines holding... like missiles, those bombs, or whatever, those weapons.
It was meant for loading the submarines with super weapons, as they called it. But I guess they never ended up having those.
Yeah, Kinzo said that they never ended up finishing the whole base there, and that they never got the weapons there in the first place. So, but why mention it in the first place if it's not gonna come back later? That's a very big thing to just have there.
Hey, Momiji.
Yo, Breakers 33 XP. Yeah, what's that gonna do for me? Give me like 5 extra tickets before the event ends.
And the game ends.
And the game ends. I wonder if anybody's gonna use that to try to reach to like the level cap. 999?
Probably.
Alright,
I'm surprised to see it at the end of this weekend.
So where was That submarine ended up sinking. It had the gold. Are we sure it didn't have one of those weapons on it? I guess not, because that's a foreign submarine and not the Japanese ones that they would have fitted with those weapons in the first place. But they were allies, right? They're supposed to be allies. So when it...
Yeah, that's why they went to Japan to begin with.
So they could share weapons, right? Is it that... like, out there for maybe that submarine having one of those, and it just being there at the bottom of the freaking ocean in that cave? The bottom of the cave, rather, I guess.
It's possible. Maybe they already had it loaded.
I was listening to Umineko music earlier. Oh, we've been here
And I
for
guess it would make sense that they don't mention it because they already know about the super weapons. Like, it's not that surprising to them that their ally has it in their ship.
What's the name of the ending theme for episode 1? Is that in here?
Bring the fate.
What?
Bring the fate is what the name is.
Bring... Do I have that here?
Be in here.
Probably didn't unlock because I never went through the actual episodes. You thinking?
Yeah, it seems so. I remember doing that on the Switch version too, when I quickly unlocked everything to get to the bonus episodes.
Bonus episode. Umineko 100% speedrun?
The 100% speedrun means you can't skip the episodes, you actually have to get through them.
I just hold shift and for like 30 minutes. Hold on, I want to check something. Don't laugh at me, Beatrice. Trying my hardest.
It's not a spoiler that there are bonus episodes.
You already told me there were bonus episodes in the Switch version. I'll just never see them.
I feel like some of them are worth seeing, honestly. Maybe not all of them. There's some very silly, like, actually slice of life stuff that are not that valuable, but there's some very interesting ones, for sure.
Such a creepy visual. Freaking Maria just standing there in a bloodstained room.
It's awesome.
Okay. I do that. Since I just now remembered.
Probably unlocked now that it started playing.
Oh, it's already playing now, so why would I back out?
Fair.
I was listening to this earlier. Like this morning when I woke up. And, like, in the background of this... track, like, every few seconds... it has a sound that reminds me of, like, a sonar. I'm wondering if maybe I'm just thinking too much of that, because I was also thinking of how, what was it? One of the Expedition 33 tracks in that, like, floating waters area has, like, something similar in its battle track.
I can definitely hear that you say that.
And I'm wondering if maybe I'm just thinking too much into it because I know about the submarine stuff. Wow, you can't actually skip this?
Oh, it's a cutscene.
Alright, well, we don't really need to read all that.
The stream has ended!
I'm rebooting! There we go.
Oh yeah, just wait 3+ years to read the bonus episodes. Maybe there'll be a new one by then.
3+ years.
Yeah, it's been out for a while and I kept slacking on it.
Alright, anyway. Learn about all that. Talk to Nanjo. Nanjo gave a bit more information. He was the greedy doctor. He said he gave back, like, the extra money Kinzel tried to give him. And then he made a funny comment about how he wish he didn't do that.
Yeah, and then we'll call him fat.
It said he had a lot of guts. It's so fucked up. And then we basically ended there, right? I don't think anything else interesting happened after that. Oh, we learned about the eagle, how the one-winged eagle is actually just because of, how it's only half an imprint of, like, the actual, like, what nation was it? Something. An actual eagle from an actual flag, but they only imprinted, like, half of it because they were hastily trying to get the gold.
Oh yeah, that,
like, out of there.
Italian Social Republic flag.
Yeah, that. Greedy and gluttonous. Makes me more suspicious. Makes the, I don't know, because it could still come back to him wanting money for his niece, right?
I mean, I would assume
Specifically
she hasn't been
for...
always sick. Like,
wasn't
maybe
that...
she wasn't even born by that point.
I guess that's true. Well, for sure, I don't think she would have been born, like, the 20 or so years ago. I think it was a bit longer than that, right?
It's 20 years, I believe, until the Kuadorian stuff.
Oh, it would be, like, a good few years before that.
Yeah,
Maybe around
massive gap.
30... At minimum 30, but probably closer to 40 years ago.
Sometimes people just want money. True,
Sometimes
I guess.
people just want money. True.
Sometimes they want it more than anything else.
More than anything else. Anyway. I learned about the can't believe the goal. I was expecting a freaking bomb or something, dude.
It's such a good reveal, because I think everyone would expect that after all the talk about bombs. And super weapons and shit.
Goal, and then... pretty much after seeing that, you knew exactly where the rest of the story was going.
I mean, you already know Kinzo ends up with the golds. Like, literally all of it.
Gold. But... can we trust... I think we can trust that Okinjima was a military base. We can probably trust the submarine and bomb stuff. Can we trust that the gold and Beatrice actually came to the island?
What do you mean?
How much of that story can we actually fully trust as being real? That's because it's being told to us by Kinzo, who is supposed to be dead.
Well, dead men don't tell lies.
What is this? Freaking Pirates of the Caribbean? I guess we'll believe it for now. I'm just trying to think. Are we for sure that Beatrice and the gold actually came? Maybe... I'm thinking back to Battler's sins. If he didn't do something like 6 years prior, no one would have died. Did he accidentally do something as a kid? I mean, other than the whole Shannon thing I was thinking about before. I keep thinking about... Keep going back to think about what if one of them... Or one... I guess Battler... Elm Buddy accidentally messing with... one of the military... But there were no military weapons, so...
Yeah, that's the weird part. You don't really have an answer to the explosion if there was no weapons there anyway.
There...
It answered a lot, but also added a very large question.
We know it's an explosion. If not a bomb, then what else? I doubt... steam explosions can be pretty large, but I doubt large enough to, like...
Wipe out, like, an entire mansion.
Yeah.
Or
Alright.
maybe that steam was building up for 6 years.
I don't think so.
Maybe there was a gas leak in the basement for 6 years that Battler caused.
I'm thinking again back to the end of episode 4. Beatrice's, like, last riddle, like... Everyone's dead, there are no humans left, you are the last one. I'm about to kill you, what am I? I think, knowing what we know now, the answer would be an explosion. But is that really it? I don't know if... I don't know if that's...
I mean, unless Battler is, like, terminally ill and is about to keel over himself. But that wouldn't really count as Beatrice killing him.
It would. And then I'm going back to the stuff I was thinking about what Will said before when we first, like, saw him. Like, calling the motive the heart, and he won't believe... He won't, like, toss aside the motive. And I was thinking of how that could...
New Beatrice unlocked, explosion Beatrice.
She explodes! Just like that one devil in Chainsaw Man.
I think we have enough Beatos at this point.
But that...
The Beato is a Beato. It's a Biche.
But that wouldn't make... That's a very out there thing that I don't think exactly fits, because why would Battler be so attached to Beatrice in the first place if her final true form was that she was an explosion? I don't know, there's... I think we got closer to what the answer could be, but we're not there yet. There's still missing pieces. We got a big one with learning more about Kinzel's past. Is that... no, I'm we're only going on about this for like 5 more minutes, I promise. It's already been like 30. I'm thinking back to other bits of Kinzo's past that we learned from previous episodes. Where he was in, like, Guam or India or something. But with this past that we learned, he's apparently was on Rokkenjima, like, the entire time? How did he learn about those, like, little nut things or whatever? I forget what they were. I think they were nuts that you, like, chew and then spit back out because they were, like, toxic or something. I remember
Mm.
Cross talking, or like a flashback with Cross and Natsui, how he tried to get her to try one, and she was like, "No." He was mentioning that his
He
father likes them.
grew up in Taiwan, which is why it's called his born
Taiwan, that's
hometown.
it. Okay, right, that was it. I'm like getting a whole bunch of history stuff mixed up. I like looking Acadia nuts, yeah. Or Archaea. Acadia. What a fucking
Arcadia.
That's a freaking level in Ratchet and Clank.
Oh, I
um,
was thinking Mega Man Zero.
uh, common names. Um, I don't know how exactly that fits with the story he gave us the last time.
What do you mean?
He was living, I feel like for sure in Japan during the time that those elder guys made him take over, like the Ushiramiya family, like headship.
Well, I don't think they really gave an exact age for when that happens. Like, it could have been 20 at that point already.
Like he's
Old enough for conscription, which they helped him avoid until he signed himself up anyway.
I guess after he met Beatrice, or like took her to Nanjo, he could have started doing all of that.
That's also true. There's still gaps before and after his military time.
Right, okay, so yeah, he takes Beatrice to like Nanjo, and then during all that, since they weren't able to be with each other for like long stretches of time, he used the gold to like start building his fortune, like taking to that one guy who looked at it and confirmed it's real and whatnot. Getting the loans and whenever investing, getting rich, building the family back up, and I guess during all that time, he could have traveled. Alright, I guess it does fit. We're gonna need to like actually go through more of the story and maybe learn a bit more. I feel so exhausted. Mostly thinking about the
We're
freaking
only just getting started.
explosion thing, dude. Yes. Ah. Traveling with the thought witch while his wife raises kids. Yeah. Family alchemist, huh? Kind of implies that she like created a gold that she gave him, but kind of just came with it.
I mean, that's magic.
Is it?
I think at this point you already know magic is just lying.
No. Guts are the one thing you have
Magic
no
isn't
shortage of.
real, Damien.
Okay. He doesn't want to believe. I feel like our roles need to be swapped here. You're supposed to believe. Any gutsy. Birth of Beatrice, right? That was the title of this chapter.
Yeah, he got to the chapter title and
Okay.
stopped.
Try for a couple chapters then, as per usual. Try to
You just
go
taking
for like
Leon on the
the
will again?
normal 4 hours, and then I don't know, probably do maybe a bit longer. Hopefully not talk like at the start for like a full hour. So I can get more story done. Like tomorrow. Oh man. Unless you work tomorrow, I don't forget how that is.
I'll work on weekends. I'm not insane.
Alright, I figured. Just double checking. I already feel like half dead. Hard for me to think bodes well for the rest of the stream. But yeah, I guess I'll take on Leon, maybe Will as well, unless there are other people. Unless there aren't other people are me in this scene.
For now, there aren't other people. I think they're gonna talk to someone else.
Alright, you can take Will then. Take that back away from me.
I will.
Why are you here? Alright. I think I now understand just how much the woman called Beatrice influenced grandfather's life.
We haven't learned anything. Who killed Beatrice?
That was Rosa, she said so.
That's what we've got to figure out, or I'll never be able to get out of here.
You're right. I need to finish this quickly. The funeral's already over, after all.
You've got it all wrong. This is the funeral.
You mean what she's making us do?
None of the Beatrices we heard about so far were killed. We need to change that. That's the real funeral, as far as Bernkastel's concerned.
No one knows about the killed factor. And that's the truth we're trying to expose?
You are perceptive. There are the feelings like I'm talking to a piece from the lower plane.
It's the lower plane?
Must be because you were given to me as my Watson.
He's pinching his ass again. Don't call your partner a piece. Oh, what's next? Willard Holmes.
The base of investigation is asking questions. There's still a Beatrice we need to ask about.
Chandelier. That one has candles on it.
Chandelier Beatrice?
Ah. Where's Battler? To indicate who they should talk to.
Battler-shaped hole.
To indicate who they should talk to next, Will nodded in direction of George, Jessica, and Maria. Maria seemed to be lecturing the others about something. Wow. Oh, you want to be the epic, fantastic George? Or isn't it so cool and amazing?
Beatrice sounds pretty incredible.
Yeah. And then, the inside the upside down cup, she made tons of candy appear out of nowhere. You want to be Jessica?
Yeah, okay, sure. Inside the overturned cup? That's wild. Sounds like magic to me.
Good thing freaking Erica isn't here to destroy her. Maria-chan really does love witches and magic.
Can't pass up the chance to talk to the authority on witches, can we?
If looking for someone to ask about Beatrice, Maria would rise to the top of the list. The Beatrice she spoke of wasn't the real Beatrice spoken of by Kinzo and the others. However, on the Rokkenjima of 1986, the being that the name Beatrice referred to was probably the Beatrice that Maria always talked about.
I don't see Battler anywhere.
Yeah, where's Battler? Ushiromiya Battler. The one who was made to fight as Beatrice's opponent in many games, and the most important person in this game and this tale. A Battler in this world would probably be the peace version, but even so, it should be possible to get some vital information out of him. Will probably wanted to talk with Battler too, but he was nowhere to be seen in the cousins group. Battler-kun isn't present at the funeral today. It's a shame, seeing as he's the cousin closest in age to me.
Are you two on good terms?
Yes, of course.
And you pinch his butt every time he says something perverted.
Oh, how did you know? Did your detective instincts tell you that? Loves pinching
Poor
asses.
guy.
Without love, Battler can't be seen. Oh, he's invisible.
But I love Battler. Where is he?
Birkenstell said that everything was gathered here. Since Battler isn't here, that probably means it's possible to find out everything without asking for his side of the story. Or maybe she's intentionally hiding the core elements and making us take the long way around as part of some fickle witches game. I'd believe it.
Does that mean Gohda is also important? Because he's also not here.
Oh, damn it.
Since he isn't here, that probably means there's no need to hear his story for the time being. Let's talk to Maria and the others. I won't say anything perverted, so keep your hands off my ass.
And why not choosing your words a bit more carefully? With a roguish smile, Leon pinched the air, index finger against middle.
Ah, it's the future heir. Are you done babysitting the old geezer?
A rude ass! No discrimination! At least Leon is impartial. No mercy, even for Jessica. Well, felt a bit gratified.
I see. Since you're both the successor and Krause's child, that makes Jessica your little sister.
I was so used to Jessica being the only child that, though the scuffle between the two looked perfectly natural, something didn't feel quite right about it. Jessica, you talk a bit more like a little sister's supposed to. And while we're at it, why not try talking more like a girl your age? So demanding. Also, how many times do I have to tell you to stop calling me future heir?
Kramits. I'll live the way I want to. I'd suffocate if I had to act all refined like you, future heir. Stop it, don't pinch me. This is sister bullying. Pervert, stop it.
Jessica, why are you always talking like that in front of a guest? You want me to get mother involved again? So mean.
Maybe Leon killed Beatrice by pinching.
Oh.
Looks like those two are close in their own special way.
But Leon's like Watson, he can't be involved with any sort of murder. It said so in the rules.
Damn. Well, Leon is a person of impeccable character, perfectly suited to being the next head. I guess I understand how Jessica-chan feels. Leon might be a bit too perfect sometimes. Just like me, Ushurami or George.
More perfect than George? I don't think so.
What she does. So you think that made her rebel? If Jessica-chan had been born as an only child, I'm sure she'd have become a composed, quiet young lady.
He doesn't know.
That's an interesting thought. Don't worry. Only child or not, her personality wouldn't change a bit.
George Oni-chan? Who's this?
This is the first time I've met you, correct? But it sounds as though you know a lot about our family. I'm George. And this here's Maria. Pleased to meet you. You want to take over Will now?
I guess so. Call me Will. I'm investigating Beatrice. I want you to tell me more about what you know. Is it just going to be these two?
It might be, actually. I might have been wrong about giving you Will.
Oh, no.
I thought George had more to say. My bad.
Alright, so you taking Will back or are you taking Maria?
You're the boss.
You son of a bitch.
Your rules.
Well, I'm already Will.
Fine, I'll be the little girl. God. Beatrice, ooh!
He just
See?
wanted to say ooh, he was so excited.
Beatrice exists! Ooh, ooh, ooh.
His favorite part.
You've done this to me.
I knew it was coming. I had to. Though Maria had looked hostile towards this unfamiliar man, as soon as she heard the name of the witch she loved pass his lips, her eyes began to sparkle.
Hey, Maria-chan. You've got to greet our guest properly. Hello. My name is Ushiramiya Maria. Ooh. I'm glad to meet someone who knows Beatrice. Handshake. Ooh.
Maria suddenly stuck out her small hand, and Will reached out for it reflexively. Oops. Have you seen Maria memories? As soon as he did, he felt a bright light seeping out from the gap between her hands. Hand stakes are, like, dangerous. The theater-going power that Birkenstock had given him had affected Maria.
Beatrice is the Witch of Rokkenjima. She plays with me every time I come to Rokkenjima. She's my best friend and a fellow member of Maria Associere. Ooh!
The light grew brighter and brighter. This time, he could feel himself being drawn into Maria's world. Oh! Which Maria? I'm Ushiromiya Maria. My mama is Rosa. My papa? I don't have a papa. I think I remember mama showing me a picture long ago and saying this is your papa. It was a picture of a man with a dark suntan on a beach wearing a swimsuit. Later on, when I learned what papa meant, I asked mama to show me that picture again, but she said there wasn't any photo like that. But there was. I drew a picture of it and showed it to mama. When I did, she got really mad and said that photo didn't exist, or that, if it did, she had already thrown it away.
Classic Rosa Umineko moment.
Ever since then, she kept saying I didn't have a papa.
Did you know? People say you need a papa and a mama to have a baby, but that's a lie.
Is it now? The virgin birth.
Behold, a virgin shall be with child, and shall bring forth a son. And they shall call his name Emmanuel. If I was a boy, that might have been my name. Emmanuel Ushiromiya.
Book of Matthew, chapter 1, verse 20. She likes reading the Bible? So is that why her name is Maria then? It was taken from the Bible?
No, verse 23. Verse 20 is, but while he fought on these things, behold, the angel of the Lord appeared unto him in a dream, saying, Joseph, thou son of David, sorry. Joseph, your son is David. Fear not to take on to thee Mary, thy wife. For that which is conceived in her is of the Holy Ghost.
So you think your father is the Holy Ghost?
Everyone said that everyone has a papa. They said it was strange that I have a papa, that I was weird, that they felt sorry for me. When I asked Mama, she said I didn't have a papa, that he didn't exist. She got mad and hit me even though all I did was ask.
Come on, dude.
Sorry, laughing about it. Jesus Christ, dude. So I didn't really understand who gave birth to me.
Just casually throwing that out there? Guess it's not that much of a surprise.
It really isn't, but Jesus.
Man.
I was not right as a human, an immature and irregular creature.
Didn't think of herself as a human?
I realized I was a strange, pitiful girl, different from everyone else.
It doesn't matter who your parents are or what other people say. You are who you are.
It must have been hard to teach that to a young, immature girl. My kindergarten teacher might have said that to me when I cried after being bullied. But even those words of encouragement couldn't fill the blank space. No, the questions. Nothing anyone said could answer the questions in my mind.
And the book is what gave you the answers?
A priest came to see us.
Song Without a Name version 2007 instrumental? That's an interesting title.
Yeah.
That's like, they just actually didn't have a name for this song. They're like, alright, when was it made? 2007? Alright.
Much better than the 2006 version.
I wonder if there's a 2008 version. I think his
I
sermon
think you're
was...
ready for the 2010 version.
Oh man. Nah, that doesn't exist. I think his sermon was part of a class to enrich our minds. For most of us kids, it was no different from an ordinary fairy tale a teacher could have told us. No. It was harder to understand, and I think that made us bored. Then, at the end, the priest said something important. That God knows everything?
Yep. So I asked him. I only have a mama. I don't have a papa. Mama gave birth to me without a papa. Is that strange and sad? I asked.
The priest taught me. He said there was nothing strange about a child having no papa. After all, Jesus Christ was born of a virgin, and the one who gave birth to him was the Blessed Virgin Maria? I was surprised. Maria, the name I was given, was the answer all along.
I was so surprised I asked the priest to say it again. He said that the Virgin Maria gave birth to a baby by herself. So I asked him if that meant I could give birth to a baby all by myself too.
The Witch of Creations, creating something from nothing. Ties into that a bit, yeah?
Yeah. It's fitting.
And how do you answer that?
He said the Virgin Maria was with child because of the Holy Ghost. Book of Matthew, chapter 1, verse 20, last part. For that which is conceived in her is of the Holy Ghost. That surprised me again. What do you think that means?
You interpreted this to mean that Ushiromia Maria had no human father. That your real father is the Holy Ghost. Or was the Holy Ghost. Regardless of what the Bible actually meant, the young, sad girl who had lost her sense of identity because of her lack of a father had finally created a way to understand herself.
Once I realized that, I knew why I was different from all the other kids. The ones who made fun of me were all children of Joseph. But I alone was different. I wasn't worse than everyone else. I was a child of God, a child of the Holy Ghost.
Wonder if this is why she has a crown, or not the crown, the cross on her crown. Ties a lot more into, like, religion than I was thinking at the start of all this.
When I got back, I told Mama. I had no papa after all. Mama gave birth to me all on her own thanks to the power of God.
What, did she get mad and hit you because of that? It was probably painful for Rosa whenever Maria asked her about her father. Why do I have no papa when everyone else has a papa and a mama? Every time she was asked this, Rosa flew into a rage and changed the subject. And now, somehow or other, Maria had independently found an explanation that satisfied her. She had no papa. She was the child of Mama and God. It isn't too difficult to imagine that Rosa, after hearing the explanation the young girl had found in the Bible, might have gone along with it, as though it were true.
Beto said that the minimum number of people needed to create a world was 2. I thought she meant that you need 2 parents to create a child. That was when I came to a new thought. Beto may be a witch, but she's a witch born of a human. Beto isn't child of the Holy Ghost. But I'm different. I was born from Mama alone.
That makes me a better witch.
I was born of the Holy Ghost. Beto can't create a universe without me. But I have God's with us. I can make a universe all by myself, along with the Holy Ghost. Beto called me a witch of origins. And she also said that eventually I might become a creator who can create anything alone.
Become God.
All by myself,
no.
I can create something out of nothing. Beto can take that and make it expand infinitely. Angie was the witch's apostle, who would spread the word far and wide.
And that was the Mariage Sorcerer.
All of this could have been prevented if Rosa just lied until Maria's father died or something. A lot of things could have been prevented if Rosa was a little better.
Yeah. I feel like Rosa's actually the cause of everything. Not
She
bad.
is only the core of it all. Christ. There's a huge difference between 1 and infinity. That's why Beto is so great. But compared to that difference between something and nothing, 1 and infinity are both just something. I'm the child destined to become the best witch. No. The greatest creator in the world. Mariage Sorcier was the nest to warm up my egg. I am Ushurmia Maria.
I'm thinking back to
It was buried, and 6 years later it would mature.
Shut the fuck up. I was thinking back to stuff that Lambda Delta and Birkenstow were talking about. I think it was mostly Lambda Delta. How they're like travelers or something? I forget the exact term. But they were 1, trying to escape boredom, and 2, they didn't want to become creators. I'm pretty sure that's what they said. Voyager, that's the word. Yeah. They were afraid of becoming creators, I think. Was basically what they said. And I'm wondering why that is. What's so bad about that? Maria seems fine with it, but like at the same time, it's Maria.
Yeah, it's Maria. She's different.
Hmm.
Maria, who stands by God's side.
If we liken Maria's sense of identity to a universe, then this endless stream of words coming from her might be like the Big Bang. She spent so long tormented how to interpret her lack of a father. Then, by chance, she saw a line in the Bible that seemed to affirm her existence, and she finally formed an understanding of herself. The sad girl who hated herself for being different from all of her classmates finally found her own meaning. At that moment, Maria's universe, which had once been nothingness, was born as a clump of ultra-hot, ultra-high-pressured energy. Then, later on, she went to Rokkanjima, met the Endless Witch who called herself Beatrice, and the clump of energy exploded in a big bang, giving birth to their joint system of magic. That was the universe known as the Mariage Sorcerer.
I feel like I have to think about it every time.
It's a hard word to
Stop and
pronounce,
assess it.
dude.
I know. I just try to barrel through it when I see it.
We're jumping ahead a bit too fast. Let's take things one at a time.
Sure. Where do you want to start?
After you decided that you were the child of the Holy Ghost, it's easy to imagine that you gradually became more and more interested in the occult. And then what? Once you reached that state, where did you meet Beatrice? And how did the two of you interact?
It really did happen all of a sudden one day. I had wanted to meet a witch called Beatrice who lived on Rokkenjima. As a fellow witch.
Oh, what, she heard about the legends people were talking about, like around the mansion? Oh, there's a witch playing pranks and whatnot at night? Maybe from one of the servants and wanted to meet Beatrice herself?
I would bet Kumasawa.
Maybe.
That eternal fucking yapper.
That would make sense. Kumasawa does like gossiping and all that, and sometimes like does it unintentionally, like there was the time when they were on the boat going to Rokkenjima, and I think Kumasawa was there talking about like, what was it, like the statue that like ended up disappearing or getting struck by lightning?
Oh, the shrine you meant.
Shrine, that's it.
Or not, I don't think it was a shrine, it was like just a gate.
It
Either
was
way, something like that.
Something got struck by lightning. And now she's talking about how it could have been like a bad omen or something, getting to like basically a spooky story around Maria. Not really catching herself there. So I could imagine her like talking about like the whole witch legend and whatnot around her. Even if not directly to her, like still around her, like without really thinking about it. At that time, you already thought that you were a witch?
I did. I already knew more about the Bible than occult than most adults.
Loves the Bible.
So even though I couldn't use magic, I believed that I was a witch. It's a bit funny, isn't it? That's why I'm only a witch apprentice.
When did you meet Beatrice?
I don't really remember when. But I do remember what it was like. It was really, really sudden.
It was underground. She looked like a bomb.
Explosion, Beatrice! Huh?
Allied continuer. Have we heard this? Oh, we have. So, you are Ushiromiya Maria, I presume. Was such a very, very abrupt encounter. I've just been drinking some milk tea, all alone in Rose Garden. Who would drug Maria's milk tea to make her see this? Mama said that she had to talk about something important with Uncle Kraus, so she told me to go outside and play. Suddenly, she was sitting right there. I didn't know anyone who spoke that way. I quickly realized that she was someone I didn't know at all.
Who are you?
You were the one who first said that you wished to see me. Here I am, welcoming the witch who came to visit my island, and yet you ask my name? Here she goes again, not saying her name directly. She always has someone say it for her.
Beat rice?
Like I'm thinking back again. What was it in like episode 3? No, it must have been 2. No, 3. Is when I'm pretty sure I first noticed it. Beatrice never.
I think she does this with every single time. Yeah.
I'm wondering why that is. And she never, like, she does state that she's Beatrice to, like, Battler, I'm pretty sure, in, like, the Witch Realm or whatever. But always, like, on the game board, I don't think she ever directly says that she's Beatrice. And I'm wondering if there's a reason for that. You can say that she indirectly does it in like the letters, but I don't know if that fully counts. I'm like, if we ignore that, she's never directly said who she was ever. It's like, you don't know who I am? Surely you do. Seen my face before. It's like, she's not doing it because she wants people to come to the conclusion that she is Beatrice. Like, on their own, without stating it herself. Makes me think. Good thing it was Cross, so explaining the important business took a while. That's, hmm. But, yeah, that has to be it, right? She never says her name because she wants people to come to that conclusion themselves so that they end up believing it. Like, you look like Beatrice, so I guess that's who you are. Sort of thing. Precisely. I am Beatrice, and here she goes stating it, but that's only after the other person
Maria
has said it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty sudden.
Yep, really, really sudden. Witches and spirits always exist right beside us. They just choose not to show themselves. And when they do show themselves, it's always sudden, as though they've been there the whole time. That's what I learned that day.
And then, you and Beatrice became friends?
Yeah. She stayed and chatted with me the whole time until Mama was done with her business. We talked about magic and witches. And about how I was a child of the Holy Ghost.
I'm thinking back to the theory that it could be Shannon disguising herself as Beatrice. In like these situations where it's Maria like interacting with Beatrice.
It could also be Rosa. She walked away and then Beatrice showed up. Very suspicious.
Yeah, but Rosa wouldn't know anything about magic and witches.
Rosa wouldn't know anything about being nice.
That too.
Especially the children.
Shannon, on the other hand, had a hand in like helping. Oh, what's the word? Like spread, propagate, like the whole legend that Beatrice like is the master of the mansion at night, etc., etc. And it wouldn't surprise me if she knew a few things like about magic, because she did know the whole spider web thing that Beatrice is weak to. So she has some knowledge of, if not like magic and witches, of at least like the old legends of the island. It always comes back to Shannon being weird, dude.
Well, she could just know all that because she's worked there for like 10 years or whatever. Which is weird for a young servant.
Yeah, and that's another thing. She's already worked way longer than most. She could have quit at any time. She doesn't need money. See, it comes back to her being weird, dude. I'm not gonna shake that. I need something else that's just as big as her, dude. Make me stop thinking that everything revolves around her. Maybe that's one of the big like issues here. Is it too obvious? Should I stop thinking about Shannon because of how obvious this like feels? I don't know, man.
And maybe it only feels obvious because you're halfway into episode 7, which is very close to the end.
There's that too, but I'm making my brain. Alright. And what was your impression of Beatrice then?
I don't like saying it, but I knew more than she did back then.
Ah,
At first I thought she wasn't a very good witch. Well, that was just my conceit. There are many different systems of magics. Also, mine was based on self-study. I probably only viewed Beto that way because her system of magic was different from mine.
interesting.
It wasn't long before I came to regret that and apologized.
Apologize. Did Beatrice do something to win your respect? Yeah, she turned over a cup and candy came out. I see. So she showed you magic. We moved to the beach and talked lots, sitting at a table under an umbrella. Very interesting. Maria, I see you have been quite diligent in your studies. At your age, to be capable of teaching a 1,000-year-old witch such as myself is truly an accomplishment worth of admiration. And what sort of magic can you use?
Magic?
Maria didn't understand all this red and blue magic stuff. If you call yourself...
Witch, show me some red truth, huh?
What's that? If you call... Whoop. Ah! I freaking hit the scroll wheel. If you call yourself a witch, you must be able to show me some sort of magic, correct? I was stunned for a second. Of course, it should have been obvious. I was a child of the Holy Ghost, and since I studied so much of the occult, I was also a witch, not a human. Until that day, I'd been so sure of both of those things. So, when I was asked what sort of magic I could use, it left me in a daze. When one knows of magic and can speak of it, they finally reached the rank of apprentice. One is only a witch if they can put such knowledge into practice and use magic, correct?
So, I'm not a witch yet?
You have studied well. But I can sense a very rare talent within you. One day, you may become a witch so great that even I could not compare. Or, perhaps even a creator, as you have told me. However, you are still young and immature. You are... yes. You are an apprentice. A witch apprentice, you might call it.
So does that mean you can use magic, Beto?
Of course. I could not call myself a witch otherwise.
Incredible. Show me. I want to see your magic.
Right here, right now? Hold on, let me get a cup. Till this day, Maria never doubted the magic-related concept that she was the child of the Holy Ghost. However, no one ever proven to her that the occult phenomenon actually existed. Maria could create a universe all by herself. However, she wanted to share it with a second person so that she could believe in it even more strongly.
Now watch me pull this tablecloth off this table without removing any of the cups on it.
Whoa, dude. In the past, I could have drawn a rainbow in the sky, transformed it into 7 colors of candy, and eaten them at my leisure. However, my power is weakened so much that I cannot even preserve my form as well as I would like. Convenient.
I just heard about that. You can't use your full power because of the shrine.
Let's go destroy it. Oh wait, no, Shannon's already on that. It takes quite some time before my power returns. At this moment, I cannot turn rainbows into candy. However, perhaps I can show you a bit of that power with some simpler magic.
Want to see? I want to see your magic.
Very well. However, I must ask for your assistance. As I already told you, no matter how pure your soul might be, all humans are tainted and filled with the toxin that resists magic.
Yeah, I remember. You told me about the anti-magic toxin. It wasn't in any of the books I've read.
She made it up!
It must really be incredible to know so much.
Here's the teacup. I was thinking of something earlier. And I forgot what I was gonna say. Right. Maria doesn't consider herself a human anymore. So why would this matter to her?
This is a dumb kid. Give her a break.
Dumb? Why are you so mean to her? Beatrice lifted up an empty teacup, and then turned it around in front of Maria to show that there weren't any tricks or strings. Right. The magic to make candy appear inside an overturned cup.
How did you know? You're incredible, Will. You even know about witch magic.
That's because it's one of the most basic types of magic a witch can use.
It was just a normal cup without any tricks in it. I wanted to see true magic.
So what is this, like, power, or like theater-going, like, authority or something? I forget the exact name of it.
It seems to just make them tell the truth, basically. Without any restrictions, I guess.
It's like you touch someone to see, like, their inner, like, thoughts. But then it must have a different power of being able to control or something, because that's what he was trying to do with it when talking to Shannon, like, earlier in the story, right? He wasn't trying to get a truth out of her. He was trying to get her to call Shannon over.
Maybe he thought she was hiding something about that or something.
Maria had a desire. She had a desire to discover the occult in others, to help her believe that there was an occult side to herself. That was why she agreed to help Beatrice with her magic. She didn't want her own toxin to
not tell the truth.
She did not want her own toxin to ruin her chance of knowing the miracles of magic. Good. Now, try looking inside that cup.
Good though. There's candy. There's candy.
As a gift to mark my meeting with the new witch, and as a sign of our friendship, I offer this to you. This was a true miracle of magic. For the first time, I felt shame and embarrassment at my conceit. I could feel that sense of omnipotence disappear. The idea that I was the child of the Holy Ghost and most important special person in the world. Instead of a child of the Holy Ghost who can't do anything, I'd rather be a witch who can use magic. I, Ushiramiya Maria, want to become a witch. Starting off as a witch apprentice. Already I was obsessed with Beto.
I want to become a real witch too. I want to be your disciple.
How modest. You already have an abundance of talent and diligence. Also, though it may have been different when I was at my full power, I cannot take on a disciple in my current state.
So I can't become a witch's disciple?
You cannot become my disciple. However, you can become my friend.
Really?
Yes. From this point forth, we shall be friends. Let us continue to talk of the deep and profound world of witches.
Finally started the Beatrice social link. Ooh!
I wonder how long ago this was. I guess Maria said that she doesn't remember.
The shrine is still there, so more than 2 years? before the events of the game. Can I eat this candy?
No, let that be a souvenir. Instead of eating it, keep it in that lovely bag of yours.
Candy rotting in our bag for 3 years.
Well,
Right,
can't.
I'll eat it at home.
She just said to keep it as a souvenir. Why are you gonna eat it when you get home? Maria, that candy was brought into being by magic. Therefore, it is fragile. If you deny my existence with that toxin of yours, it will melt and fade away.
No. I don't want your precious magic to disappear.
And be sure that you don't forget your meeting with me. And, if you'll keep some simple promise to me, or simple promises to me, I'll greet you the next time you come to this island.
Ooh, I'll keep them. What are the promises?
Well, to start, each time you arrive home, wash your hands. Then rinse out your mouth. Why? Why these? You must not complain about this, for it's an important part of a witch apprentice's training.
Just trying to raise her instead of Rosa.
I guess.
I'll do it. Every day when I come home, I'll wash my hands. I'll rinse out my mouth. If I do that, will I see you again?
I promise it. You keep your end of the promise. Your body will be cleansed, and I will regain even more of my magical power. Then, next time you come, I will show you magic of even greater splendor.
Ooh, I'll keep my promise no matter what. I'll do it. I'll become your friend and a witch apprentice.
The resolve is heartening.
It's easy. I don't see why Rosa says it so hard.
Just gotta say you're a witch and get her to do things because it'll
just go along
make
with her
magic better.
and she'll be happy and fine.
It's that easy. Making me think. If it was one of the girls in disguise, it for sure can't be Kumasawa because I don't think she could pull off this look.
That would need a lot of makeup. And a lot of time to apply the makeup. Very hard for disguise like that.
Yeah.
Unless Maria actually has really bad eyes, and we don't know that because Rosa is a bad parent and never got her glasses.
Oh, true. Or she was slacking up, makes sense. Why didn't I think of it sooner? It was always heartening, to assure me, Maria. Hope that you will quickly grow to become a full witch and my close friend. Like what? Really? Wash your hands and rinse your mouth? That's it?
I think that was the first time I met Beatrice.
And was that candy still there when you got home?
Yep. But I doubted a little, so it was half melted. Sorry. I regretted almost doubting her. If I had doubted her more, I'm sure the candy would have been completely gone. I almost lost the proof of the magical miracle that had happened before my eyes.
You're sure it just wasn't really warm in your bag? Maybe it was summer? A hard piece of candy melted?
It wasn't hard, it was caramel, I think. It was half melted and squishy.
That seems normal for caramel that you just have in your bag. all day.
Yeah, but she's a stupid kid.
Oh, what time of year did this happen? She's gonna say summer.
I'm not too sure. But I remember that the milk tea had ice in it.
That sounds like summer.
Why does that matter?
Never mind. Did you tell Rosa about your meeting with Beatrice? Yes, and she hit me.
Yep. I told everyone about it at dinner that day.
And she fucking... That sounds like it would piss Rosa off.
Fucking suplexed her through the table. Uncle Kraus laughed at me. And Mama, who was sitting next to me, got mad and told me to stop talking about it.
Next to you? By your family's ranking system, your seat shouldn't be next to Rosa's.
It wasn't a family conference. It was just when Mama and I came to visit. So there was only Uncle Kraus' family, Mama, and me. And we didn't leave gaps, so we weren't sitting in the same spot as the family conference.
And Rosa was sitting in the seat next to you?
Yeah. Why does that matter?
It doesn't.
Why would Rosa sit next to her? She hates Maria.
Gross. I'm wondering...
Rosa would sit as far away as possible from it.
It did, in fact, matter. I'm wondering why... that would matter. Maybe just making it warmer for the candy and, like, the bag that probably between the both of them.
Yeah, body heat.
Maybe that's what he's thinking with that.
Maybe he just thinks Rosa is really hot.
No, that can't be it. I think Maria would still have a father if that was the case.
I think that's how Maria came to be to begin with.
I don't know.
And then Rosa's personality happens.
It doesn't. Ever met with Beatrice outside Rokkenjima?
Nope. After all, Beatrice's body is fragile, so she can't go wherever she wants. I told her she could just possess me if she wanted. But she said that she couldn't leave the island.
And after that, you met her every time you came to Rokkenjima?
Yeah. We became really good friends. The more I talked to Beato, the more I realized what an amazing witch she was. She showed me wonderful magic every time I saw her.
Oh yeah? What kind of magic?
Then she told me about the system of magic that was different from mine. And we both talked together about the mysteries of magic. I wanted to reach her level as soon as I could. I wanted to become the kind of witch Beato was.
Did you ever introduce Beatrice to your mother?
Nope.
Her expression changed to this when she answered that.
She said Mama's toxin was too strong, so she couldn't meet each other yet. Almost all adults are no good when it comes to the toxin. They're all tainted.
That was a bit sad something left from her. Was anyone other than you able to see Beatrice?
They couldn't at first. She said her magical power was weak, so her body would crumble if even a little bit of toxin reached her. But she gathered magical power bit by bit, and eventually she could appear in front of other people who had small amounts of toxin.
Such as? Oh, and who was that?
There weren't many of them. Just a few of the servants.
Just the servants, huh? Specifically?
All of the servants here today.
Wait, all of them?
Rip Gohda.
Is that why Gohda isn't here? I remember in past episodes he said he believed in the... He didn't really believe in the legend. Like, at all.
Oh, yeah, good call.
He was just going along with it because
I was kind of
everyone
joking
else
about
basically
it, but
is.
yeah.
Don't make sense why he's not here, but everyone else, I guess, does. For the most part. Way more than Gohda, anyway.
Oh, but not Gohda-san, I think.
Does that confirm that Gohda is here? We just haven't seen them?
Yeah, I've been just joking about him not being shown.
Our boy only has eyes for a juicy steak. But there were 4 of them. Genji, Shannon, Kanon, and Kumasawa.
And Dr. Nanjo too.
He could see Beatrice?
Honorary servant.
Goes back to the whole... Without love, it cannot be seen. It could just be... that the servants were just going along with her saying that Beatrice was there. Because they like Maria and or just didn't want to freaking be mean to her for basically no reason, like Erica.
But Gohda would be mean to her for no reason.
I'm sure Gohda probably wouldn't be directly mean, just say he couldn't see her and... But the whole explanation
he'd
that...
probably be more insensitive, if anything.
Like, what? I don't see anyone there.
Say, like, yeah, exactly.
And it's probably...
It's pretty Gohda to be.
And then... Maria would probably just leave it at that because... the whole toxin thing that Beatrice, like, been teaching her. And then Nanjo also being included, I guess, also works because... he tries to be nice to Maria. We've seen that in previous episodes.
Right. Hideyoshi is also nice to her, though.
Yeah, but I mean... they're only ever... Hideyoshi's only ever here during the conferences, not like every other time that Maria would be here with her mother. Apparently, they would sometimes come to visit Maria and Beatrice's witch tea parties. Of course, it was only for small things like bringing them extra tea. However, they were certainly aware of Beatrice and even talked with her. Oh. Give me a second, I gotta check on something.
Okay. Beatrice showed up. He's gonna beat his ass.
Alright, where are we? Back to this. I would. Wait, what did he say? Genji, Shannon, Kanon, Kumasawa. And Dr. Nanjo, so 5. Okay. But that does add up. They could see Beatrice. But these all seem like... maybe slightly debatable if... No, Canon would definitely go along with it. Especially... like, these three... Genji, Shannon, Canon... would all, like... being, like, winged servants, they would definitely go along with it because they wouldn't want to be rude to a family member. That's... I don't think they would ever...
I think Canon specifically, he believes in Beatrice, but just doesn't like her. Which is a bit different from the others.
But he's... But if, like, Maria said Beatrice was right there, even if he didn't believe, he would still go along with it and be nice, because being mean to a member of the Ushiromiya family, basically unforgivable to the servants.
Right. And
then Kumasawa, not being a winged servant, he would still, like, be nice to Maria, who's literally a child. Is a child. She wouldn't be mean to a child.
Yeah, from Kinzer's backstory, we did learn she is pretty good with children.
And then Nanjo, we already talked about. He's just nice overall to kids. Well, that works for them too. For winged servants. And then Gohda is Gohda. I guess that works out. Okay. How did the servants react to Beatrice? He was a guest who shouldn't have existed. Weren't they surprised?
No. After all, Beatrice is the other master of the mansion.
He said that the servants treated Beatrice as an honored guest. And, sometimes, they were permitted to witness the new miracle of magic along with Maria. So, on the Rokkenjima of 1986, the ones who could actually meet with Beatrice were you, Nanjo, and the 4 servants excluding Gohda for a total of 6?
Yeah. Beatrice said that she needed to store up much more magical power before she could appear in front of anyone else.
So, she intended to show herself in front of more people sometime in the future?
Yeah, it just needs about 13 sacrifices. Yep. She said that the day she made all the humans acknowledge her would be the day of her resurrection. Laya? There's too many A's in that word. New music track though, I think. I don't recognize the name. Maria, the servants, and Nanjo had acknowledged her. He probably chose those humans whose anti-magic toxin was the weakest and appeared before them first. Beatrice's game must have been to steadily increase the number of humans who could recognize her, until she could make everyone on the island acknowledge her. In that case, the last person for Beatrice to appear in front of would be Battler, the one said to have the strongest anti-magical power. Does this mean Beatrice thought that Battler would be the hardest one to convince? It seems true that Battler was one of Beatrice's goals. However, if we go with Battler's chessboard thinking, we might say that Beatrice, who wanted others to acknowledge her existence, was someone who could not exist unless she was acknowledged. Battler reached this thought himself back in the first game. Yes, there's something different about the Beatrice of 1986. He's different from the Italian Beatrice or the Kuadorian Beatrice, both of whom certainly did exist. The Beatrice of 1986, the one whom we are so familiar with in a mysterious way, yet who has no existence.
What does it mean to kill the Beatrice who has no existence? So what is this track? It's like making me confused. Giving me a feeling of confusion.
It's confusing and tense, yeah.
The minimum number of people required to create a universe
like
is
this
2. This part, the piano. Like trailing down. However, Maria had said that even a single person could give birth to a universe, and yet Maria had desired a second person. A second person to nurture the world she had given birth to alone. Because, if it was born and not nurtured, it would die and disappear? Let's replace the word universe with Beatrice. The minimum number of people required to create Beatrice is 2. However, even a single person could give birth to her, and yet that single person desired a second person. A second person to acknowledge the Beatrice created by the first person. That meeting with a second person is the scene that Maria had just described. The single person who created Beatrice and looked for a second person to acknowledge Beatrice, and selected Maria. We don't need Furuko Erika's heartless reasoning to know that the teacup magic was a sleight of hand. Maria, believing the story about anti-magic toxin, would close her eyes whenever magic happened.
Erika mentioned. Episode 7 is good now.
Shut up. Any sleight of hand would be possible while she had her eyes closed. The caramel Maria had been given as proof of their meeting with a witch had melted a little because Maria had doubted. In a season where one was likely to put ice in their tea, it was only natural for a caramel left in a bag to melt. Ushiromiya Maria, the girl who's too trusting and will accept the story easily. Beatrice appeared first in front of this girl, who had, in the language of witches, very little of the anti-magic toxin. If we liken the creation of Beatrice to laying of an egg, then when a single person creates her, there is no more. It is no more than a delusion, like a chick inside the egg. If, and only if, a second person acknowledges her, the shell cracks and she appears. She only appears when a second person comes to warm the egg. When Maria acknowledged Beatrice, she finally hatched, and the chick was born. In that case, Mariage Sorcier, which nurtured Beatrice and her system of magic, was like a nest. Oh, we're getting to some deep stuff, and might slowly start getting confused. Beatrice had a dignified presence, called herself the Witch of Rakanjima, and claimed to have lived 1,000 years. Thinking about the Beatrice who appeared in the previous games, this sounds less like the chick Beto and more like Beto the Elder. So, does this mean that the meeting Maria had just spoken of marks the birth of Beto the Elder? The egg itself had already been created by the first person. During this time, before the meeting with Maria, it matured fully inside its shell, becoming the character with the dignified presence of 1,000 years. Shatter.
Once I revert to an egg.
Then, when Maria acknowledged it, it hatched, and the Witch of Rakanjima finally gained a form. Perhaps that moment marks the birth of Beatrice of 1986.
I must bury myself on this island for 1,000 years.
Shut up already, dude. The younger, Chick Beto, was born out of love for Battler, since that birth had not yet occurred at this point in time. Then the birth of Beto the Elder, and the existence of Beatrice at this time must have nothing to do with Battler. Are you enjoying this reasoning, Birkenstell? If you are, let's at least have some applause from the audience. Great. Thanks a bunch.
Good bit.
It's so stupid. Oh, we're back in the real world. Real-ish world.
I have a lot of things I want to ask Beato to grant for me with magic. So I'm helping Beato with her resurrection.
What kinds of things?
Lots and lots. Not telling.
You want to protect your mama from the Black Witch, right?
How do you know so much? You're incredible. Ooh.
Your happy world will never return without the witch's help. That's what you think now?
Yep. I love Mama. She's so nice. I want to be with her forever. For all eternity.
Now I'd like to hear about the marriage sorcery. What's wrong?
Don't wanna.
Huh?
I'm thirsty, so I'm gonna get something to drink. See you later.
Doesn't want to talk about it, huh? Maria suddenly started acting distant, bowed her head, and left without waiting for a reply. It was a very un-Maria-like thing to do. I see. So, the game master has moved the piece. Just freaking phone activating when I say I see.
Piece and ate it.
Apparently, she's telling me to ask about something different for now. At some point, Leona started chatting with the other family members. Dexa seemed to be getting irritated at having her butt pinched so much, and George was trying to calm her down. Jessica and George. Guess I'll hear their stories next. Compared to Maria, the anti-magic toxin is very strong in these two. At least at the beginning of the other games, they didn't acknowledge Beatrice. Maria showed me the point of view as one who believes. Now let's hear from those who don't. Oh, that was the end of the... I guess that chapter was talking to Maria. I guess each chapter is talking to a different member. Ghost story of the VIP room. Oh, really?
So, about earlier.
I was thinking, it's been about 2 hours, so I'm thinking quickly refilling my coffee and then take a quick break.
Fine by me.
I got up earlier, but
Very
that was
well. I will go along with this.
Get a package inside. Shut up.
It's stuck in my head.
Why? When was the last time you played freaking Persona, dude?
Long ago.
Why is it stuck in...
I watched his Persona 5 playthrough a while ago.
Oh, again?
Yeah, I like rewatching things. Or just have it on in the background.
I started watching, someone play through SMT5 for the first time. Actually, the very first Atlas game, too. Like, they never played any sort of, like, Atlas RPG, like, ever. I think they barely played RPGs to begin with. It's been a fun time. Who was it? It was a guy I would watch every now and then that like likes to react to video game music. People suggest things for him to react to. I don't know why I like watching React content. I'm fucked up.
Have you ever watched someone react to a React video?
I have. I'm getting distracted. I need to go get my freaking coffee. Alright, be back in a couple minutes. every Umineko chapter is people talking to other people. Alright, smartass, shut up.
Not true. There's chapters where it's one person talking to themselves.
Are you sure? A person
There's
talking.
parts of chapters at least where that happens.
But not
Maybe
full
not a whole
chapters.
chapter.
Alright, liar.
Whatever, man.
Immediately freaking correcting yourself. Moving the goalpost. I forgot what I was.
There's one chapter in episode 1 that's just the credits.
Okay, dude, I don't think that counts.
It does count. You can go there right now and see it's a whole chapter to itself. Which you did earlier this stream.
I'm gonna deck you in the face. What was I talking about earlier?
You were talking about something?
Yeah, before I left for the break. I forgot. We were talking about SMT5 and then didn't we move back to Umineko and talking about something? Am I stupid?
The last thing you mentioned was about React channels.
Oh. Even then, it's talking to you, the player. It reminds me of that stupid, like, freaking image with, that was like a quote from, like an obviously fake quote from, Kojima. Like, my game always had an LGBT character. You, the player. Like, something, it's just calling the player gay, basically. I don't know, it was funny to me. I wish I could remember
vaguely
exactly.
remember something like that. I don't remember the exact quote either.
Or my games always feature a gay character. You, the player, I think is how it went.
Oh yeah, that sounds about right.
Oh right. Before we get back into it, because I don't know why this mine. It's I remember there being a Persona 5 randomizer, but it being like basically completely broken. It being just enemies? No, if I want a randomizer 3 years ago for the PS5 version. Oh. Okay, I guess people don't like randomizing Persona. I guess it's less fun to randomize than something like SMT5 because of the whole, like, going to school and social link stuff. That's... How can you really randomize all of that? A lot of slow
You're
bits.
hanging out with Ryujin and then it levels up Judgment.
Well, yeah, I might check out the SMT5 randomizer. I don't know when. Maybe next month?
It's been really fun for me so far. I need to get back to that. I was thinking maybe doing that tomorrow.
I wonder, like, because the version I have that's more updated can randomize, like, boss skills. I wonder if you can just select the options to only randomize the boss skills and then load that in with what you already have.
It sounds like too much effort. I'll just continue the run that I have and
Probably
maybe do another one at some point.
Now just re-randomize it and then swap the mods and just reload your save. I'm sure it won't break everything. I'm sure you won't get locked out of stuff forever.
I know it swaps models and stuff, but because I used that for testing to see if it even worked at all before I streamed it. But I don't think it swaps skills at all, because I feel like I remembered looking at my skills and still had Omagatogi critical. Even though it would have been doubler with the mods.
Who knows? Alright. Any other things I was thinking of before we get back into it? Why am I so tired today? I went to sleep at the
I
usual
understand.
time. I
There's,
woke up
there's no Erica, so it's pretty boring.
a
I get
couple
it.
hours. No, I just like even with the coffee, I just feel
Lethargic,
not fully.
depressed. I get it. I understand. I feel the same.
You know what? I guess it's because usually around this time would be ending stream. We started a couple hours later than usual because you were so slow.
Oh, I'm sorry for having a job.
Just tell your boss you needed to leave early. Just say Umineko and be like, oh, okay, of course, sure.
If only.
Alright. Oh, man. Oh, it's remembering that I probably won't have the money for Silent Hill until probably Tuesday. What am I gonna do Monday, then? Oh, that's stuff to think about later. End of stream, maybe an after. Who knows? Let's get back into this. Continue and do at least this chapter, and then, I don't know. It's depending on how I feel once we get to the next chapter. We might just call it there a short stream.
Yeah.
Usually around this time.
I guess I can stream after that if it does end up ending early.
It might, because, man. I don't know what's wrong with me.
So, about earlier.
Oop. That's freaking. Ooh. Let's not click on random things on Discord. I once almost accidentally invited someone to our freaking PS4
I've done that
Discord.
several times almost. I hate how accessible it is.
Like I think I was like pushing keys on my keyboard and it opened someone's profile and this was already on like, do you want to invite this guy to your Discord? I'm like, oh shit, no. Oops. Right, now we start.
So you had to see me acting like that. I blame that future heir.
Still calling him that? What? Don't like to say his name? It's not gonna leave a mark, is it? Talk about merciless. Did you say something, Jessica?
Of course not. I've already learned my lesson, okay?
Leon, who'd apparently been chatting with the adult sibling, spun around with a smile and stared at Jessica. With his eyes closed? Looks like the older sibling's firmly in control around here. Oh. Those are some sharp ears. I think I finally get this Leon person.
Yeah. The future heir has always been annoyingly sharp. Not to mention the favorite of all the adults.
Why is it... Why are you not saying his name? Is her? It's... there? Like, are we not gonna get a confirmation on the gender?
Who knows?
I'm gonna keep assuming he. Because Kinzo would never allow a woman to be there. So until then, I'm just for my own sanity, I'm gonna...
Sure, I'll make it extra confusing and go with she.
Alright, sure.
I'm always compared against this kid, at home and at school. Come to think of it, Leon was the student council president for both middle school and high school. And the head of the badminton team, too.
Student council president. Wasn't that something Jessica was? No. Wasn't she in student council? Something to do with student council, right?
I actually don't remember. It doesn't seem like she would be in the student council, though, and it feels wrong for Jessica.
And what? Is it that Natsui wanted her to be? As in Ushi or Miya?
Well, it's Leon, not Leonis. Yeah, well...
Ooh, true.
It's the classic Ryukishi subversion.
Yes. Subversion. My stories? So, everywhere you go, you get compared to Leon, and it doesn't work out too well for you.
I said it as soon as I got into middle school. The future heir was already the vice president of the student council.
Already? Middle?
I said, if you're planning to become student council president next year, they'll have to put... Christ! They'll just put more pressure on me. Stop it! Sorry, I'm falling apart. So the next year rolls around, and guess who signs up as a candidate and wins in a landslide?
Oh man, maybe we should end early.
Jessica is student council president. Man, the school is falling apart.
Also, I did remember correctly. Mostly.
It doesn't feel right for her, which is, I guess, why I blocked it out. Same thing happened when I started high school. I said, please, just give it a rest this time. But by that point, the future heir was already the vice president. And senior year, immediately president of the student council. I was oh so proud. Mom kept saying, now you make sure you do your best as your little sister, over and over and over again.
Alright, thanks. I was wondering if you wanted to do that.
But even so, you're still proud to be Leon's little sister, aren't you?
No?
It's not like I even thought about that. Nope, never. Not even once.
It'd be tough to be compared against perfection. No? Still, other people are... I'm dying to... It can be tough to be compared against perfection. Still, other people are other people, and you are you. There's no need to feel dwarfed. You should live the way you want to live. Or the way you want with all you got.
Mainly because nobody else wanted to do it, and got pressured to do it by Kraus and Natsui. Nobody else wanted to do it also explains why Leon would just win by a landslide every single time. So, it checks out. Of course! But Mom and the others are always going on about how I need to follow in the footsteps of Ushirumi and Leon as the younger sibling. They keep telling me to go join the student council, go play badminton.
Don't you play in a band?
What?
No one knows about that.
That's a secret. No one knows.
Wait, how do you know? Apparently, she's keeping it a secret from her family. Interesting. People often like to blame their family for what they've grown up to be like. But even in a different world with a different family, the interests of the girl called Jessica are the same as ever. It's admirable that she has such a true and consistent interest in something. I love that kind of stuff. Patan, patan. Sweet, sweet.
He even knows the specific song.
Nothing wrong with the extraordinarily accomplished sort, like Leon, but kids who act their age, do have their charms. That's the best way to go through life. Enjoy your youth to the fullest.
Well, thanks.
Apparently, no one had ever told Jessica that they approved of how she lived. And the direct way Will had put it made her turn red and hang her head in embarrassment. I want to ask you two now.
The same thing you just asked Maria-chan?
Yeah. Please tell me everything you know about Beatrice.
Well, you can see how much Maria-chan likes witches and the occult. For her, Beatrice is a symbol to be admired, like an anime heroine. She believes every little thing is some sort of prank caused by the witch's magic.
Everything, huh? You are an adult. And the fact that you never say this to Maria is also very adult of you.
Of course. Childhood dreams only happen when you're a kid. I think respecting that precious experience is an adult's responsibility.
Looks like the two of us will get along well. George is so perfect, even getting approval from Will. George's position...
He's gonna be the next SSVD head.
George's position was that Beatrice was nothing more than a fairy tale. However, that phrase, respecting a child's dreams, is the adult thing to do. That might be worthy of further scrutiny. When she got candy from Beatrice by magic, Maria probably got excited and told George and the others. Then, the adults followed his lead and positively went along with her story, as adults should. However, there could be no other ways this sort of reaction could occur other than an adult's response to a child's claims. For example, it could be an inferior response to the claims of the superior. If Kinzo, tyrant of the Ushiromiya family, claimed that Beatrice existed and had revived, perhaps the other members of the family would positively go along with his story, as his inferior should. Though Beatrice only appeared directly in front of a limited number of people, it's probably safe to say that the concept of her existence penetrated deeply within the Ushiromiya family, even among those who had never seen her. However, no matter how deeply that concept penetrated, she was only viewed as a sort of fairy tale character. It would be necessary to transform the concept of that character from an imaginary fairy tale into reality. So, a person attempting to do this would need to perform something that could only conceivably be done by magic. And that something was the series of witch incidents that started with the nighttime, window-opening pranks played by Beto the Elder, and ultimately escalated into locked room murders. Beto the Elder referred to this, saying that the anti-magic power filling the mansion would be weakened bit by bit the more she had her existence known. Beatrice. Why did you desire so greatly to make all of the others accept your existence? Because the imaginary becomes truth if everyone accepts it? Because at that moment, the being called Beatrice will be acknowledged and will become human? In that case, before Beatrice is acknowledged by all people, she's less than human. She's furniture. Oh. Why would furniture want to become human? It feels like this was the theme of the previous game. Because they want to gain the right. Furniture cannot... That's like 3 underscores. I can see it like a pixel of black.
Furniture cannot fuck.
That's not... This isn't... Freaking, what was something... What was the game I'm thinking of? Nier Automata. There was a moment like that in Nier Automata where you could interpret a blank word as like fuck. But I'm pretty sure it was a different thing that fit just as well, actually. Actually, it's so funny how the word fuck fit into the context of the blank word when you get to that point in Nier Automata. Didn't you play it?
I did play it, but it was many years ago. I don't remember this.
It was, Adam, I believe his name was, talking to Nines. He's like, you want to blank, like, to be, don't you? It was like...
I now remember that. That's such a good line.
I think the true word that's supposed to be there is kill.
Oh, my assumption was going to be love or something.
Love, but the funny thing to put in there is fuck. That's what a lot of people immediately think. Just because it's funny to think that everyone have seen that got to that point. It's like, whoa, Nines. Whatever. I'm guessing the 4-letter word here is meant to be love. So they try to be human.
Also just mean fuck.
It's not exactly the same thing. So they try to become human for the right to...
Fuck.
No. It really is quite simple. It's directly connected to the reason the chick Beto was born in the first place. I see. I do understand, but it's complicated. I can't ignore the heart.
I feel bad for saying this at Beatrice's funeral. But truth be told, I don't know enough about Beatrice to explain her. My apologies. As far as that goes, Jessica-chan does live here, so she might know a little more than I do. Speaking of which, have you introduced yourself to this gentleman yet, Jessica-chan? Nah, not yet. There's this idiot going around pinching people's butts, so I didn't really have the chance yet.
Then Leon turns around. What was that? Bit late. Jessica looked embarrassed for acting rudely in front of an unfamiliar guest. She cleared her throat and made a beautiful bow that didn't fit well with her normal attitude. She lifted the corners of her skirt in a curtsy. Curtsy?
Pleased to meet you. My name is Jessica. Allow me to welcome you to the Ushiromiya family on this splendid day. Please enjoy our hospitality and...
You don't need to try that hard, Jessica. Willard. Call me Will.
If you will. Huh? Huh? What?
Jessica's greeting had been of the old-fashioned sort, but Will also treated her like an old-fashioned lady. He bent down on one knee, took Jessica's right hand, and kissed the back of it.
Where?
Will is great, dude. Just does all this with this, like, deadpan look on his face. Not expecting her greeting to be returned in such an old-fashioned and informal way, Jessica turned red and was unable to speak. However, Will returned the greeting in what he thought was a perfectly serious way. So he didn't understand what was making Jessica's face glow. Have I done something strange?
No, I just didn't.
Oh no, Canon, Will is stealing your girl. Get back over here. Canon would never recover from this.
It's so over for him.
I want to hear what you know about Beatrice. Hmm? A glow leaked from Will's right hand, which was grasping Jessica's. We're not gonna see George's, like, backstory? We never shook hands?
I mean, he did say he didn't have much to say about it.
True. Yeah, okay, I guess it checks out. Looks like the theater-going power is having its effect on Jessica. Didn't mean for that to happen. Oh well. You gotta stop, like, shaking hands and stuff, dude.
Beatrice, is it? Well, I can tell you, but will you promise me something? Promise you won't laugh? Thinking about it now, it sounds more than a little crazy.
What is it you know? I won't laugh. Tell me.
Sure. Where should I start?
Their golden power sure is strange. To me, the Golden Witch Beatrice is sort of like one of the 7 mysteries of the Ushiromiya family. There's 7 mysteries? What are the other 6?
Also Beatrice.
Oh, of course. You heard of those, right? Almost all schools have a set of tall tales or ghost stories that get passed down. Like, on some days, the piano in the music room will start playing by itself, or the skeleton in the science room dances around at night. Sounds like a sick skeleton. Everyone's heard of them. But of course, that doesn't mean they believe in them. The stories about Beatrice were the same. It's just one of those strange tales about our way too big mansion. The servants would sometimes talk about seeing things or whatever during their night patrols. Sometimes, I felt a bit annoyed about them turning my home into a place for ghost stories. But I didn't pay it any more attention than that. That's how little it mattered to me. So, during my normal everyday life, I would completely forget about the name Beatrice. That's when she would strike. Of course, when that huge portrait was first hung, I was definitely creeped out. Even tried not to meet her eyes after dark. So yeah, I don't blame the servants for finding it eerie. But that only lasted for a short while. I mean, I walked by that portrait every day. I gradually got used to it, and eventually bored of it. It was just a portrait that grandfather blew a bunch of money on, showing the mistress from his delusions. I was past caring. I get that. But it was different for the other relatives who only came a few times a year.
Exactly. That's why every time the family came for a family conference, they'd always stand in front of the portrait and talk about Beatrice. So I was reminded of it every year. Ooh, Beatrice! I've come to play again. I've tried another new spell. Take a look at it later, okay? Ooh! You really do like Beatrice, don't you?
I was gonna say what came first, the portrait or Maria meeting Beatrice, and I think the portrait came after.
Well, the timeline we do know is that she met Beatrice before the shrine was destroyed.
Actually, it said the Beatrice of 1986. Right? Is that the year they met then? They don't have an exact date. Would they at least have the year? When was the...
1986 is the time of the conference.
Is it? Then how could this Beatrice be the... Maybe I didn't fully understand that part.
They call it the Beatrice of 1986 because that's like when the events happen.
Alright. Yeah,
like, she spans for before that, but, you know, it's easier to call it 1986.
Because we got like 3 other Beatrices to think about.
I guess you could call her modern Beatrice, if anything.
Alright, I guess that. Alright. But the portrait was hung up...
Wasn't that the same year as when the shrine was destroyed?
I don't remember.
I feel like I remember it like that. Or at least, I feel like the portrait was there when the plan to destroy the shrine came.
I think if I remember, Gohda worked at the mansion for at least 2 years already by the time
Christ, that also works.
He said he was already there when he started working. I want to say 4 years ago from this point was when the portrait was put up, right? Or was it?
The portrait was 2 years before the conference.
2 years? Am I getting it wrong when Gohda started working?
That one I don't immediately recall. But I think you're right that he was there before the portrait was hung. But not that long.
I don't remember if we got an exact timeline of when Shannon and George started dating.
I don't think we have that either, huh?
Because, if we have that, then we could get we can figure out when the shrine, or rather the mirror was broken, I guess. Like, roughly, because it should be roughly around the same time she got the butterfly brooch. Forgot where I was originally thinking about this. Why I was originally thinking about this. Or rather. Let's fix this. Oh yeah, right. I was wondering if Maria met Beatrice before that portrait was up, and I feel like the answer to that is Yes, but that makes it weird because whoever she met that's supposedly Beatrice already knew what she looked like. Because she, right here, clearly recognizes Beatrice in the portrait. Hmm.
おじい様が肖像画を掲げて以来、大喜びみたいだ。
Oh well, anyway.
You've been such high spirits ever since grandfather had this portrait hung.
あれエンジェは
Huh? Where's Angie?
キリエおばさんと薬
She
を
went
飲み
back
に
with
戻
Aunt
ったよ。
Kyrie to take some medicine.
エンジェは本当に体が弱い
Angie
の
gets sick so easily.
バートラとは大違いだ
It's
ぜ
only the opposite of Battler.
緊張すると体調を
She's the
崩す
sort that
タイ
gets
プ
sick whenever she's stressed.
僕も昔は
I also used to get sick on big holidays or days when we were going to the movies.
体調
それに比べたらマリアは
Maria's really tough by comparison.
新島からこっちに来るまでの
She's been
間
talking about bay trees non-stop since we left Nijima.
ここしばらくずっとだけど
Don't you think she's taking this a bit too far?
いいんじゃないかな。
It's not so bad, right?
子供の想像遊びだよ。
It's normal for kids to have an active imagination.
ジェシカちゃんは子供が
If a kid told you she'd met Santa Claus,
嘘だって言っちゃうのかい？
would you tell her she's a liar?
まあそこまでは
Well,
言わ
of
ねえ
course
け
I
ど
wouldn't go that far. Erica would.
Maria kept talking to the portrait as though it was an old friend. She promised to play with her later, as if she was talking to a living human. George, a man, seemed to think that this behavior from a younger member of the opposite sex was cute. But, to be perfectly frank, Jessica, who's the same sex as Maria, found this behavior a bit unpleasant regardless of Maria's age. Hated Maria. She got along well with Rosa. At one time, even I was fascinated by anime heroines and other fictional characters. However, Maria's behavior seemed to signify something more direct than mere fascination. But not a big man. That's Gohda. Yeah, Gohda's the big man. George is a man, singular, one, average. Well, something much more definite, more vivid. Am I the only one who notices something odd about her? I'll bet the others all notice too, but try to ignore it because of that adult dignity George Nissan is always talking about. Huh?
申し訳ないね、諸君。
Inside dimension? The dining room?
You can have Kraus, he's kind of dumb like you.
What the fuck? I would invest in like some dude coming to me about fucking space tourism, man. That was the freaking. I can't believe he fell for something like that, dude.
It's incredible. Fucking moon tourism, dudes.
Oh, it was.
Still believed him. He was so convinced.
Yeah, he's gonna come back around on it. He's just kind of slow to get it off its feet. You know how it is. Space is hard to
You know
get
how it is
into.
with space travel. It's only the 80s. Come on.
Just needs a bit more time. You gotta believe, Natsuri. Oh man, if this were written in like the modern era, this idiot would be broke because of like freaking NFTs and Bitcoin,
Kraus
dude.
would love Elon. Kraus would not make it to like 40 if NFTs were in his time. He would
Natsuri
be
don't
starving on the streets.
understand. This monkey photo I purchased is gonna become billions soon.
This is the only one of its kind. It's valuable.
Oh man.
Get that scene where he shows like the gold bar to Natsui, but just like a JPEG of his monkey.
Beatrice gifted father with 10 NFTs, each worth 10 million.
10 gigabytes of NFTs.
Ah, that's too much. Maybe they're really big pictures. Kinzo would make Beatrice NFTs. That's what he.
Different variants of the painting with like different hats.
That's what he like.
Ultra rare ones have different dresses.
What he hangs up is actually just a monitor displaying the Beatrice NFT, like minted. This is it. This is her. My apologies, everyone. Ed is quite busy with his noble research. Then definitely not dead, so please don't try checking up on him. He wishes to eat lunch in his study today.
We've already called.
Also, he's not dead. Nanjo can confirm this, right, Nanjo? Yes, he isn't dead. I played chess with him earlier. But don't go talking to him. He hates it.
He's thinking about his next move. Don't worry.
Until a second ago, Kinzo's children were complaining that eating lunch with their father would give them indigestion. But now that they knew he wasn't coming, they started grumbling about how he should at least spare the time to come down during their annual family conferences. Do you want Kinzo to be there or not? Make up your mind.
Never satisfied.
Oh, Gohda's here.
So this is lunch, everyone.
No, this is within the past 2 years. Oh, probably the first year. Probably the year that Kinzo was supposed to be dead, right? The first time they're tricking him, because the second time... No! No, they only had tried tricking him for 2 conferences, and the second conference is when everyone dies. So either...
Yeah, it has to be the conference before that.
So this
Andy
is
here too.
Either last year or the year before. So he's either actually in his study just eating lunch. No, because they were suspicious because the previous year he didn't come down at all. So that must have mean that they did all like see him at least once the year prior to that. Be like 2 years ago. So this must be 1 year ago. At the previous family conference then. Alright. Okay.
Then let us begin lunch, everyone.
But does that make
No more
sense?
theories.
Actually?
Let us
No, hold on.
eat.
We're thinking about this as if Kinzo's like dead and they're hiding that when he can't be because in this freaking messed up game he's alive. But he can't be alive because he's supposed to be guaranteed dead because of the red text. So who the fuck was Will talking to? Oh, what's going on? What is Byrne doing? She's messing everything up. She's probably not even following the rules. Who's gonna stop her? Beatrice? She's gone.
I, Gohda, have made use of all my talent and experience to make sure that all of you who have come from so far away will be entirely satisfied with your meal.
Aren't you trying a bit hard, Gohda?
Isn't he always?
Sounds like he's trying harder than usual here. No one's stomach could fail to rumble after hearing that from the great chef Gohda. Great chef! By the time the splendid dishes were laid out, everyone had stopped talking about Kinzo's absence. It was now Angie's absence that was being discussed. Apparently, her stomachache had gotten so bad that neither she nor Kyrie could make it to lunch.
Now they're hiding Angie's death too? God.
She's not dying.
Poor
Yeah. Oh, you're gonna take Natsui as well?
kid. Sure, why not? Gohda? Make sure to talk to Kirie-san later and have some porridge made.
Thanks a bunch for the concern. Really sorry about this. Seems she just can't handle much stress. That's how it is when they're young. They're cute, at least when they're not regurgitated.
Yeah?
Yeah, this will be you. You can take the women.
George used to do that all the time.
The perfect George? I don't believe it.
He really was frail way back then. Right?
昔の話は許してよ。
You
I
still
guess
going?
if you want to be the dudes, go ahead.
I guess. Let's not talk about the
ドキド
past.
キにする
Not
話。
exactly a mealtime topic.
ooh,
エンジェかわいそう。
poor Angie.
こんな美味しいご飯なのに。
She doesn't get to eat this yummy foods.
Oh, I guess her and Angie are still friends at this point? Really?
Seems so.
Then when does the event where, like, they get mad at each other? I guess it could still happen here. Maybe
It could
If she
happen
doesn't-
at this conference, yeah, just later.
maybe she gets better in the later in the day.
かわいそうにな。
Yeah, poor girl.
元気になったらその分いっぱい
Let's make sure we play with her a lot when she gets better.
ダメ。
Ooh, can't.
マリアとは遊べない。
She can't play with me.
なんだよ。
What are you talking about?
どうして？
Why?
だってマリアはベアト
Because I'm
リ
gonna
ーチェ
play with
と遊ぶん
Beatrice,
だ
of
もん。
course.
だからエンジェとは
So
遊
I
べ
can't play with Angie.
ベアトリーチェと遊ぶって。
Play with Beatrice.
またどっかに一人で行って。
You mean you're gonna go off on your own again and mumble to yourself or read some book?
Oh, mean.
Yeah, rough.
Jessica slightly regretted that she hadn't been more tactful. Well, at least she realized it immediately. Still, though. However, she couldn't wipe away that uncomfortable feeling she got every time Maria talked about Beatrice. And that feeling slipped out through her words. Oh.
一人じゃないよ。
I don't do it on my own.
ベアとも一緒だの。
Beatrice there too.
Maria may have been young, but she already knew how to read a person's tone. She immediately burst out into anger, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. Normally, Rosa would have stopped her at this point. However, Rosa happened to have gone to the bathroom, so there was no one to calm Maria down. Oh,
ジェシカはかわいそうだね。
Poor Jessica. Here's a clump of the toxin.
ベアとはまだまだ魔力が弱
With
いから
Beatrice's weak magical power now, she'd burn to a crisp if she ever appeared in front of you.
でもね、いつ
What,
か
like a
きっと
vampire?
ジェシカの
But she will
前にも
appear
現れて
before you
くれるよ。
eventually.
誰の前にも。
Yes, in front of everyone else too.
そして黄金鏡
And
の
then the
扉を
door
開
to
い
the
てもら
Golden
うの。
Lands will open.
でも招かれるかわから
But
ない
who
ね。
knows if you'll be invited in?
だけどマリアだけは連れて行
Of
っても
course she will
らえ
take
る
me
の
there to the
黄
Golden
金鏡
Lands.
でもジェシカはダメだよ。ジェシ
But
カは
not
ダメ。
Jessica. Not Jessica.
ベアトリーチェのことをバカにする
Not someone who makes fun of
無知もうまい
Beatrice.
不満
Not an
曖昧
unenlightened,
愚か
stupid,
も極
confused,
まり
filthy,
汚ら
toxin
しい
stained
毒素
human.
まみれの人間
holy.
Yeah, don't piss off Maria.
ベアトリーチェのことをバカにされた時のマリアと
When
来たら
someone makes fun of Beatrice, it's like Maria becomes a totally different person.
Like,
Darn, if you want that, you'll have to pay me for it.
yeah, it's just toss out like 10 gift subs to my channel, and you'll do it. I was thinking for a moment, like, what if someone just hypnotized like Maria or something, make her believe all of this stuff? But who would do that?
I think she'll just believe it on her own.
True. But it's the weird snap in like personalities is what's like making me think here. I'm also thinking back to episode 3, whenever she like snapped and changed. Whenever Rosa asked her if things will be fine if she just takes her outside to see the rose real quick. Maybe during rereads I should pay closer attention to stuff involving Maria. Maybe just filter attention to everything, man. There's clues everywhere, I bet. And you're probably laughing at me, like, just freaking reading past clues that would be, I guess, obvious to you. after going through everything for like the 10th time again.
マリア二重人格説
There
な
was
ん
a,
てのもあったな。
there was a theory about Maria having multiple personalities, wasn't there?
二重人格。
Multiple personalities.
ああ、そいつは多分
Yeah,
ぴっ
that
たり
probably
な表
describes
現
it
だろう
perfectly.
な。あるいはそれがマリアにとって
Maybe
の
that was
理
Maria's
想
idea
の
of
人
her
格
ideal
だったのかもしれ
personality.
ない。
自分のなりたいもう一人の
You mean the thing
自分を
about creating
生み
another
出す
self
の
the way you
話
want to be?
なんで私のモットーを知ってんだよ。
Huh? How'd you know my motto?
難しく考えるな。
Don't think too hard on it.
頭痛になら。
You'll just get a headache.
He really loves that catchphrase.
Much like the headaches your mother gets. There was something Jessica had once told Canon, or that was something Jessica had once told Canon. She had been talking about how anyone can create another self that they can really grow to like. I think we heard those words somewhere near the beginning of the second game. Now that I think about it, some very interesting topics have been talked about since very early on.
Rikishi's just pointing you at the hints from early.
自分が本当になりたい自分があるの。
Look, aren't I a very clever writer? Look, this one. Everyone has something they really want to become,
でもなれない。
but they never do it.
生活やしがらみの中に今の自
The
分がい
restrictions
る
on
か
their
らこ
everyday
そ
life are what made them who they are today.
What, Jessica mentioning that to Canon, and then Canon and freaking Shannon going like, oh, we can use that for Maria and just tell her that she could just create another self and become a freaking witch. I guess. I don't know. I'm not sure how well that fits. I should suspect Canon in the same way I suspect Shannon, since they're both strange. At least, if only because Canon also remembers past games the same way Shannon does. But as...
Yeah, but he doesn't really have that many big hints like Shannon does. Like, he's just kind of there, honestly. There's no real, like, big things you can point to with him.
Yeah... kind of bothering me, actually.
今の自分を変えるなんてことできやしないんだ。
So they have no way of changing themselves.
そうだな。
True.
自分を変えると
Changing yourself means changing your environment.
それは容易なこ
That's
とだ
not easy to do.
だから私は今の自分は
So my idea was to leave who I am now unchanged.
Well, that kind of is.
Wow, talk about subtle.
What, Canon? I'm thinking back to scenes. I like what
He's having
Canon
his own
here.
flashback where he talks to Will right now.
Maybe. I'm going through like the episode 1 scenes. The biggest one coming to me is the whole thing where he tries to fight against Beatrice and dies. Maybe I should rewatch. Just wait for it after we're done to like reread episodes. I kind of want to go back and do that now, though.
本当になりたい自分をもう一人
And create another self to be the person I want to be.
両家のお嬢様であることを
You felt suffocated, forced to live the life of a rich family's daughter.
なり
And you thought up a self that you wanted to be.
だからって家で破
I
天
couldn't
荒
do
はでき
anything
ないさ
outlandish at home, of course.
母さんに怒鳴られるのがオチだぜ
Nothing fun about having mom yell at you all the time.
だからそうした
So I made my plan.
家にいる
At home, I would obediently do as my parents said.
本当になりたい私をもう
But I've
一
also
人
created a second self to do what I wanted.
家ではおとなしく親の言うことを
At home, you do everything your parents tell you.
やりたい
And outside, you do what you want.
正しい生き様だ。
That's a good way to live.
胸を張れ。
You should be proud.
ありがとう。
Thanks.
まあつまり
And well, if there's something you really want to be, and you really work for it, it's easier to do than you think.
マリアも同じなんだろうと思った。
I figure it's Maria's pretty much the same.
興奮してまくし立てるマリアも。
You think Maria's doing the same thing when she gets excited and starts talking and
あれ
talking?
こそがマリアの
That's the
なりたい
person
マリ
Maria
アなんじゃ
really
ない
wants to be.
かな。そう思うことがあるよ。
Is how I think about it sometimes.
親族で一番の年少で。
As the youngest member of the family, she is adored, but not
尊敬されている
respected.
わけではない。
何を知っても覚えても。そんなの
Every
は
time she learns
親族
something,
の
she
誰か
knows someone in the
が知ってる
family who already knows it.
マリアにバレることは何
She
も
doesn't
な
get to
い。
show off her knowledge about anything.
私たちはマリアが何かを
Whenever she
覚える
does learn something new, we try to smile and praise her.
ひょっとしたらそれが
But that might
彼
actually
女
have hurt
を
her.
傷つけていたのかもしれない。
マリアは
Youngest Angie in
何か
shambles.
になりたかったと。
It's already forgotten.
So, Maria wanted to become an authority on something. It's something that all young boys and girls who want to shake off their childhood think. It's not a bad feeling when you learn something new and your parents praise you. But when you realize that your parents already knew that thing, it sometimes feels like they're talking down to you. When a kid learns their one-digit times tables, their parents will probably praise them. One digits? That a thing that people bother to learn?
Yeah, you have to learn it eventually.
The one digit? Oh, I guess that doesn't mean like number times one. It just means like times tables with only like one digit on either side, yeah?
Yes, that's why it's called one digits.
As soon as I read that, I was thinking of like just a freaking times table, like 1 times 1 is 1, 1 times 2 is 2. And I was like, why would you ever need a times table to learn that? Even as like a young kid, you just tell them anything times 1 is the same number. That's it, you're good. No times table needed. Alright, we get it. However, inconsiderate parents will sometimes ask mean questions like, then what's 11 times 11? Or
They
what is
would ask that.
16 times 16?
Erica would ask that one.
Or something similar. Know your characters well. If that happens, the kid will lose his feeling of caution and start to feel as though he can never surpass his parents.
だからマリアが誰も知
So
ら
it's
ない
easy to
オカル
guess
ト
why
に
Maria got
関心
interested
を
in the
持ち
occult, something no one else knew about,
その知識を深めていったの
and
は
started
容易に
learning more and
想
more
像でき
about
る。
it.
多分マリアにとって
I think the
理想
person
の
Maria
自分
wanted to
という
be
のはみんなに尊敬される
is an
オカルト
authority
の
on the
権威
occult who
の
is
自分なん
respected
だ。
by everyone.
普段の生活でオカルトの話
And
ばかりしていたら、
if she talked about the occult all the time during your everyday life, Rose would
お
smack her.
前がそうであるように、普段はもう一人の自分を隠している
Dude.
というわけだ。
So, like you, she's been hiding her other self most of the time.
私はこんな時の
Rosa
マリアをそう
Umineko.
だと思ってる。
That's what I think she's doing at times like this.
いや、本当の
Maybe I
自
should
分
say
が
that this is her real self slipping through the cracks to cover up her normal self.
私もそういうのをちょっと
Actually, I've had some
覚えた。
experience with that myself.
真相の霊場に憧れ
I
て
used to admire the image of a
病弱な
delicate,
自分に
sheltered
なれたら
lady.
いいなと
I
思っ
wanted
て
to seem more frail,
咳す
so I
るまで
pretended to
ばっか
cough
し
a
て
lot,
た
and
ら
it sort of
悪
became
い
a bad
癖になる。
habit.
Gave herself freaking bronchitis or something, dude? What the fuck? Fake cough turned into real cough, and now you have bad lungs? Or is that not actually real and you faked it and people think you have an illness when you actually don't?
Yeah, I think that's what she's saying.
咳き込むは周りが優しくしてくれるからだ。
Wait. What about the whole scene
Yeah.
with the, like, the inhaler and stuff with, like, Canon and... You were still faking it then? Just
Was
impulse?
that episodes 1 or 2? Do you
Uh,
remember?
it was episode 1, because that was after Canon had died. I'm thinking of, like, after Canon had died, after trying to go off against Beatrice. She was, like, fidgeting with her inhaler that Canon had given her previously, I'm pretty sure, right?
Episode 1 was said to be written by Beatrice,
Hmm.
and maybe she actually just didn't know that it was fake and wrote it like that?
Maybe. But there were, no, I guess we don't really see much of, like, Jessica coughing, or, like, going into coughing fits past, like, episode 3, I'm pretty sure.
Only like on the first 2 episodes, which are both ones said to be written by Beatrice, I think.
Right, if I think back to whenever Angie was talking to Feathery, and I'm pretty sure she said that the first 2 were real, and then everything after are things she wrote. Hmm.
It's a funny detail.
So, the Beatrice in charge, or like who wrote the first 2 games, would have to be someone who thinks this illness is real.
Yeah.
That
It
doesn't
seems
narrow
to
it
be
down.
everyone in the family, so it doesn't really
Help anything. Nanjo would know it's fake, surely. Maybe just pretending to go with it.
Alright, so Beatrice is not Nanjo in a fancy dress. Damn.
But you showed me an image, like, long ago. Of Nanjo, like, being in a dress, giving Maria the umbrella.
Yeah, that was a real scene from the manga.
Manga only? They cut it out? They retconned it?
No, it was actual fan art.
I know it was fan art, you fucking idiot. I was going along with your joke, you dumbass.
I'm sorry, I thought you actually believed it somehow.
Why would I believe you'd show me, like, some sort of major spoiler, like when I was still in episode 1?
Well, there's a reason why I let you be Kraus.
I don't think I like your tone. Alright, let's continue.
That's why you're letting me voice Ava.
I don't want to do this anymore. I'm so tired, guys. Because everyone would be nice to you if you started having coughing fits.
No. Whenever the conversation turned to something I didn't like, or something that made me feel uncomfortable, I could do that to change the subject.
That's an interesting thing to think about if we think about the times that she had coughing fits. But, the first episode, she did it more because I think it was like, she started coughing because she was like more so like just emotional and distress. I can't remember the second time it's happened though. I see. And that's another self you wanted to become.
I'd appreciate it if you didn't tell anyone about it.
Telling everyone. Then, just what is the other self in Maria's case? An authority on the cult who can out-argue even adults? Or else, someone who converses and mingles with witches? Either way, denying Beatrice in front of Maria is clearly taboo. In her search for something more than her everyday life, Maria had found it in Beatrice and inside herself. Then, is going to the Golden Land with Beatrice Maria's wish?
Taboo is one way to put it. She went for the fucking throat when Jessica did that.
Everyone just stared and let it happen.
Anyway, Maria kept up that tantrum until Auntie Rosa got back.
And promptly got smacked.
It was my fault too, arguing back when I should have let her be.
And you said there was no way Beatrice could exist?
Something like that. If she exists, then just let me see her. Of course, once Maria started crying, I realized I'd gone too far.
Go, Jessica. And then?
At the end of the family conference, I was the only one still upset. Maria acted as though nothing had happened.
一人でどこかに行って
Instead, she went off somewhere on her own and came back talking happily about how she had played with
楽し
Beatrice
そうに
again.
語ってたから。私を含め誰も
Everyone, me
頭ご
included,
なしに
decided not
否
to
定したり
contradict
なん
her.
かしない。もうそういうものなんだと思って
By that time, it was best to
聞
just
き流
accept
し
it
て
and
無
ignore
視
it.
してるってのが正解さ。
親族会議の話はそれで終わりなのか。
Is that all you have to say about the family conference?
この話自体はね。
About the conference, yes.
I don't know why. That's like the... Where'd you say it? Alright, at the end of the family conference, I was the only one still upset. I don't know what... When I read that, a memory of... Like this freaking 4chan post meme came to mind. Where it's one guy telling another, like, you're mad, and then, like, the reply to that, it was like, yeah. But in 5 minutes, I'll stop being mad, and you'll still be stupid. Was his reply, and I remember that being hilarious to me. Basically, what happened to with Maria and Jessica here. Freaking Maria stopped being mad after like 5 minutes, and Jessica was still upset. How dare. What's Momiji talking about? Went from level 9 baby to level 47? Wow, it's like he could have done that with baby anyway, because he's so overpowered. Just take what's the difference, like... Just a couple extra hours?
私がしたいのはこれが終わって親族がみんな帰ってからの話さ。
What I wanted to talk about was what happened after the conference was over and everyone left.
Oh? Saw her. I saw Beatrice. She came out of the photo.
Flashback 2.
Why is it always cloudy whenever Beatrice comes out? Even after the conference ended, I still felt a bit uncomfortable. If Maria had just stayed mad, we would have made up with each other and I could have put it all behind me. But since Maria got over it, I felt like I was the only one unsatisfied. Mad at a literal child.
Sucks. Oh, milady. Quite a gloomy face.
ああ、熊沢さんか。
Oh, it's you.
いや別に大したこと
It's
は。
nothing important.
親族のみんなは無事に帰ったか
Did
な。
everyone make it back okay?
時間通りならもう新島
If
の
they're still on
空港に
schedule,
着かれ
they
てい
should
る
have
で
reached
しょ
Nijima Airport by now.
お嬢様もお疲れ
You've done
様
your
で
part
ござい
well,
ま
my
し
lady.
た。
私は何もしてねえぜ。
I haven't done anything.
使用人のみんなも。
The two servants who've done a great job.
昨日のマリア様と
Is
の
the
喧
argument you
嘩
had with Maria-sama
まだ
yesterday
気に
still
して
playing on
お
your
られるの
minds?
ですか？
You were there when that happened?
Of course, she eavesdrops on everything.
Oh.
Sorta.
She has really huge ears.
子供の言うことではありませ
Come
ん。
now,
Here.
she's just a child.
You can hear everything that goes on in the island.
お嬢様ももう高校生なんで
It's
すか
not something you need to worry about. It's all grown up and in high school.
熊沢さんはマリアのあれ。
That stuff Maria was talking about. Do you think it's all just a kid's nonsense?
ベアトリーチェ様のお話
About
で
Beatrice
ござ
Sama.
いますか？
You mean?
熊沢さんも。
So even you call her Sama.
He believes. Beatrice is the name of the grandfather's mistress, the person he's still infatuated with. I realize that, as a servant, Kumasawa-san can't speak of her indiscreetly. Still, that's now become the name of the fictitious witch who lives in the mansion. And it's almost normal for people to call her Sama.
Beatrice is just a ghost story created by the adults to stop us from wandering into the forest. Maria just thought it was interesting one day and decided to pretend it was all true.
そんなことを言っては
You'll end
罰
up
が
cursed
当
if
た
you
り
say
ます
such
よ。
things.
ベアトリーチェ様はいるのです
After all,
から。
Beatrice Sama exists.
だからさ、そういうの
Come
ダ
on,
メ
we
なん
both
だ
know
よ
that
性
isn't
的
true.
に。ジョージ兄さんの話じゃねえけど
I
さ。
don't need George Nissan to tell me not to make a fuss about Santa not existing.
騒ぎはしねえぜ。だからってサンタが本
That
当
doesn't
にい
mean
るわけじ
Santa
ゃない
actually exists.
He doesn't?
それは間違いですよ。お
You'll
嬢
find
様
you're wrong there, my lady.
Santa does exist. I saw him.
間違い
Kinzo is Santa. Wrong. Oh, yes. The gods do dwell in all things. In the same way, Beatrice-sama dwells on his island, in his mansion. Like the gods, Beatrice-sama will do you no harm if you respect her. As you say, it is as though she doesn't exist. However, if you ever fail to show proper respect, it will most certainly come back to haunt you. Of course, that can be said of more than Beatrice-sama. If there's a curse, let's see it. I just love to meet her.
Then she gets struck by lightning right now.
My lady, you mustn't say such things. Convenience.
Ooh, rain.
See, the weather here just sucks.
Man, I wish it rained more where I lived.
So am I still a lady duty?
I guess, if you want to be.
Okay.
Gohda's right here.
You're the boss. Ah,
You-
my lady.
You make a very good lady.
Never say that to me again.
It's the best lady. You were splendid today.
Shannon, Gohda-san. You guys know about Beatrice, right? Huh?
Well, I do know of her, of course. Why do you ask? The two looked at each other. They looked like a pair who just heard a clueless person suddenly utter a forbidden word.
Let's have it straight. Does she exist? That ghost?
If it's a question of whether she exists or not, I would have to say she doesn't, probably.
I really do think she does exist. And why do you say she exists? Have you ever met her?
Yes, she gave me this butterfly brooch. I have it in my pocket right here. Want to see?
Then lightning strikes the mansion. I've never met her directly, but...
What do you mean? Hold on. What do you mean you never met her directly? Hold on. By this point, you should definitely have the brooch. What do you mean you never met her directly? She directly put the freaking brooch in your hand, dude. Hold on, I'm not letting that pass by me. You're either lying to her.
For so long, and then she comes up with this.
You're either lying to Jessica right now, or all those other scenes were lies, which I would also believe. I could believe that. Would she lie to Jessica?
Anymore. I mean, if she is the mastermind, lying is one of the least bad things she's doing.
Met her
Assuming
directly.
you're right.
Never. Mastermind or not, she directly received an actual physical item from Beatrice. By this point, for sure. She's also... What do you mean you haven't directly... She told you to go break the mirror. That for sure happened by this point. Because it happened before, like, the actual conference. The days of the freaking conference. And I'm pretty sure it's been said that events that happen, I guess, before and after a conference is set in stone. Like, Eva being the only one alive, Senji going on journey, whatever. And then before that, like, Natsui and Kraus trying to figure out how to deal with Kinzo being dead.
Yeah,
Shannon
so
going out to break the
itself, it gets
mirror.
rewritten for the games.
Shannon getting the brooch, frickin' going out on dates with George, breaking the mirror. She directly told you to do that. In those scenes, at least. we know that those can be fake because Beatrice doesn't exist. We saw Burn like freaking hammer that down with that scene with Natsui talking to Beatrice. Then who told you to break the mirror? Who gave you the butterfly brooch? It's most likely 2 years ago? No, it can't be 2 years ago, because, they were already making up the lie about Kinzo not being able to meet any of them. I don't know, it's 2 years ago, 1 year ago.
Was when the portrait was hung up, which is when Kinzo should have still been alive.
Never met her. It's like, timeline aside, not... The big thing here is Shannon saying she hasn't met her directly.
I guess it could be before she meets her.
No, that can't be.
What if it's like 5 days before she meets her? She's still technically right, I guess. She wouldn't know she's gonna meet her tomorrow.
I guess she could have done everything past this point. We know that she got the brooch and broke the mirror within the time frame of the portrait being hung up, because she was looking at the portrait, like kind of daydreaming when Beatrice started talking to her. I guess things could still work out. I don't like it.
It does feel weird, yeah.
Making me think more. We shall hold on to these thoughts. Jenna talked in detail about how she would sometimes feel a strange presence, or see a silhouette while doing the midnight rounds. Jessica dismissed each example as it was given, saying Shannon must have seen it wrong or been mistaken.
You haven't met her either, right, Gohda-san?
Of course. However, well, he was being very evasive. Even a man as big as Gohda was apparently unable to deny the existence of someone he'd never met.
They have to mention it every single time.
Gohda's huge! Massive man! Big man! This really didn't sit well with Jessica. She was herself a resident of this mansion. They were acting as though someone she didn't know, was living here. Of course she didn't like it.
Wait a sec. Tell me that again.
Huh? You mean...
The story about the VIP room?
Gohda and Shannon have been recounting several ghost stories about Beatrice. One of these drew a reaction from Jessica.
Yeah, that one. Sounds pretty cool.
Gohda and Shannon glanced at each other. They hadn't been trying to talk about anything cool. The VIP room is never meant to be entered at 2 in the morning. Is that the one you mean? Is to never be entered at 2 in the morning. Why? I'm trying.
Activates the bomb.
Whoa! I'm thinking back to the episodes that involved the VIP room. I think it started with episode 2.
Yeah, that's when Beatrice herself was allowed to stay there.
When was it that Eva died in the VIP room? I think that was episode... That was one of the answer episodes, right? With Erica?
I want to say it was 4, actually. She might have done it multiple times. No, wait, was it? No. No, Ava died, like, way at the start of 4, I think. I'm checking.
I'm thinking maybe the 2 a.m. thing. Probably doesn't matter much with previous episodes. I'm just wondering what times, like, everyone entered those rooms. Like, what time it was.
午前2時には
Oh, well.
ベアトリーチェ様が貴賓室
Oh,
にお戻
I
り
was
にな
looking
る
up.
ので
Okay. Then what about how Beatrice-sama returns to the VIP room at 2 o'clock every morning?
近づいてはいけないです
So you
か
mustn't go near it?
そうそうそれそれ
Yes,
Yeah,
that's
that's
it.
it.
Oh. So I got too into the story again. I'm like, cause I was...
No, go ahead. You can have Jessica then.
No! But I'm Gohda!
Pretty cool.
どの話もベアトリーチェら
All
し
the
き
other
もの
stories
を見
about
たの聞い
people
たのっ
saying
て
they heard or
体
saw
験談
something
ば
they
っかだ
follows
けど
Beatrice, but this
そ
one
の
isn't.
話は
What, you're
知ら
gonna
ない
hang out in the VIP room at 2 a.m.? Fucking 2 a.m. challenge?
午前2時に貴賓室に
Jessica's
行けば
YouTube channel is gonna
ベ
blow
ア
up
トリー
after
チェ
this
様
one.
にお会いできるってわけだ
Oh, but it's supposed to
This
be...
one says that if you go to the VIP room at 2 in the morning, you can actually meet Beatrice-sama.
It needs to be 3 a.m. People would never click on a 2 a.m. challenge.
それは
Well, I
どうでしょう
wonder.
お嬢様
Milady.
ベアトリーチェ様を
They say that servants who speak ill of Beatrice-sama will be
ただま
cursed.
してや
Furthermore,
貴賓室はベ
the
アトリーチ
VIP
ェ様
room
の
is
お部屋
Beatrice-sama's room.
いくらお嬢様でも
Even
そ
you,
れは
milady,
およ
should
しに
probably
なられた方
reconsider.
が
Please, I don't want to have to do my makeup at like 2 a.m. just to enter the room and scare you.
貴賓室って今は鍵がかかってるん
The
だっけ
VIP room is locked now, right?
鍵は
Where's the key?
鍵は
Was that key
でしょうか
in the key box?
多分
I
源氏
think
様が
Genji-sama
ご自分
keeps that
の席
key
に
by his
しま
own
われて
chair.
いると思いますマスターキーでも開くんでしょ
The master key can open it, right?
貸してよ
Let me borrow yours.
そういうわけには
I cannot do such a thing.
You dare disobey me, member of the Ushiromiya family?
お嬢様好んで不吉な場所に近づくことはあ
A
りません
lady. You must approach an ill-omened place without reason.
おいおい
She has a region.
人の家を
Hold it.
勝手に
Don't
不吉
you
に
go
するん
calling
じゃ
me
ねえぜ
my house ill-omened.
とにかく私は決めた
Anyway, I've made up my mind.
マスターキーが貸せないなら
If you can't give me your master key, there's still that key for the VIP room, right?
貸して
Let me borrow it.
お嬢様
My lady.
To Jessica, it was their two expressions that felt more like an ill omen than anything else did. It wasn't the witch or the VIP room that felt foreboding to Jessica. It was them, Maria and the others who believed in witches. She hates witches. In the end, Jessica forced them to agree. Oh. And she made them bring her the key to the VIP room.
How could the big Gohda-san crumple before this little lady?
I'm surprised they even gave her the key. You would think that maybe Kinzo would order no one to ever, like, enter that room because it's Beatrice's, right? That his order goes above all.
Well, who cares what Kinzo thinks? He's dead.
Ah, true. A classic test of courage to see if Beatrice-sama will really appear in the VIP room or not.
そんなとこだぜ
Pretty much.
しかし
Still, I wonder why I was so stubborn about it.
Just so mad at Maria, a literal child who's like
Got them
6
Erica
or
genes.
something.
年派もいかないマリアとの喧嘩を
It must have been because of my fight with such a little girl.
Your house, Jessica, your parents don't even own this house. Right! They sold it! Someone else owns it! It's because the moon terrorism... Oh no, that's something different.
Moon terrorism.
Tourism! They're like such similar sounding words. That's gonna land me in trouble one of these
I
days.
would never invest in moon terrorism.
I don't know, someone could convince him real easily that maybe that's to make the big bucks. I mean, he accepted, like, tourism to the moon to be something that's possible. Let's see. Alright. Of course, the weather had just had to be terrible on that particular night. To be honest, I slightly regretted sticking my nose into something so pointless. But I already said so much, and even borrowed the key from them. I couldn't just go to Shannon the next day and let her ask me how it went. And answer, well, I got scared, so I gave up, teehee. That'd just be pathetic. Yeah, what's she gonna do, make fun of you?
My lady, you're such a little bitch.
Just fire her. What's she gonna do? Object? Normally, I'd go to
Blow
sleep.
the islands? She would never.
Maybe she would. And that's how the island blows up. She just set the timer for like
she got fired.
set the timer for like 2 years instead of 2 minutes. Classic mistake. Normally I go to sleep long before 2 a.m. That's 2 a.m. is kind of when I always go to bed.
That's about normal for me, usually 3 though.
3 is too long. If I go to
But I
sleep at
guess we're
3, I
not
end up waking up
growing
too late.
Japanese girls, so it's different.
True.
It's also not 80s Japan for us, you know.
If Mom found me wandering the corridors at this time of night, she'd definitely yell at me. So, I waited in my room, staring at the hands of my clock as it ticked closer to 2 a.m.
I would
Outside...
just sleep in the VIP room.
It's scary. Sleep in there and have Beatrice, like, find you?
What you gonna do, sleep with me? God.
Gonna, like, play a prank. Outside, the rain was incredible and the wind strong. The swaying, rustling trees were particularly creepy. I'd complained to Shannon and Gohda about making up ghost stories for my house, but I was starting to feel as though they had a bit of a place after all. The Ushiromiya mansion is huge. Honestly, I can't think of the entire mansion as my own house. As Mom says, the hallways of the Ushiromiya mansion should be treated like public roads. In other words, Mari... But I stopped myself from doing that for so long.
And that's where it slips out.
Well, it said exactly freaking in other words. Like, I heard the word Samari from, like, their voices previously, but I was able to ignore that. Of course, the mansion is huge. It has to fit Gohda. Yeah, because Gohda's huge. How could he fit in otherwise? In other words, my own room is part of my home, but the hallways and the rooms I don't usually enter are outside. So, while part of me felt that this VIP room ghost story was ridiculous, the other part of me was so creeped out that it kept trying to convince itself that the first part of me was right. 10 to 2. I went to greet 2 a.m. I went to greet 2 a.m. inside the VIP room. I need to have already gone in there before then. Okay, that sounds a bit weird to me. Yes.
Got yourself there. Huh?
Yes.
My line.
Shut up.
Guess it's time. Sorry, but I'm not giving up that easy.
Nothing's going to happen. I know that. It'll just be a stupid waste of time for a few minutes. What if she's running late? I touched the doorknob to the door of my room, and was startled by how unpleasantly cold it was. As long as I stayed in this room, I could laugh off anything. After all, this was my room. But it wouldn't be like that in the hallway. That's outside my territory. And the doorknob, the barrier between the two, was ice cold. Idiot. What are you so scared of? Me? Aren't you taking Shannon's and Gohda-san's, or maybe Kumasawa-san's gossip seriously, aren't you? Or you aren't taking their gossip seriously, are you? I'll prove it. There's nothing strange inside the VIP room. Isn't your door supposed to have a lock on it? Where was the keyhole? The corridor was only dimly lit. Oh. Stop using that as an excuse. The hallways were brighter before lights out. But to avoid wasting energy or something like that, we kept the lights to a minimum at night. So, even though I was inside my own house, it was very obviously the middle of the night here. If Mom found out that I was wandering around at a time like this, to do a test of courage in a VIP room, which I'm not supposed to go in. I get in a lot of trouble. To be sure she didn't find out, I tried to hide my breathing and my footsteps. So the silence felt unbelievably loud. Everything feels louder at night, dude.
Yeah, it's fucked up, man.
I could drop a...
fucking walk down the stairs. It sounded like it explodes.
it's... Like, it's... During the day, walking down to like a flight of stairs or something just be normal, and then at night it just feels like it sounds way louder than it is.
Yeah, it's fucking creaking and all that.
Even though it was so quiet, the eerie sound of the wind was loud in my ears. Why is it everything sounds louder at night? Just heightened senses for it being night? Maybe leftover instinct? I don't know. The sound of twigs rustling. The sound of some pillar in this old mansion creaking. What's that sound like a beak tapping against glass?
Oh, this is Erica trying to get in.
Though it was so quiet, all of the little suspicious sounds felt obnoxiously loud. Damn, I'm an idiot. Why couldn't I have brought a flashlight at least? A flashlight to use inside of my own home? Ah, that's even more idiotic. I mumbled this to myself, hoping it would drown out the sound of the wind just a little. Then, I saw it. The door to the VIP room. The VIP room was supposedly reserved for important guests. However, as far as I knew, it had never been used. None of the guests who came to this mansion had ever been given the right to use this room. Though I'd been clutching the key all this time, I didn't feel warm at all. Or it didn't feel warm at all. The icy metal tormented me ruthlessly. Maybe that was a warning. If you go back to your comfortable room and hide in your bed, this night will pass like any other.
バカにすんじゃねえぜ。
Like hell I'm doing that.
ここまで来て今更
I
引き
can't
下
give
が
up
れる
after
かっ
coming
て
this far.
The key had been freezing my hand, urging me to turn back, but the keyhole made no further attempt to stop me. All that's left. Turn the knob. Open the door. I'll be inside the VIP room. It's not like I'd never been in a VIP room. Long ago, when I would often play hide and seek or go exploring. This room that I rarely entered had seemed unusual and exciting. However, I got in trouble for going in, and was told that this room was important, so no one mustn't enter without— How did you get in without the key before? After that, they made a rule of locking up unused rooms, and I couldn't go in anymore. Okay, I guess that makes sense then. So why the creepy music for this? I'm getting scared.
It's a creepy time.
Ah, true. So, it's probably been several years since I last went into the VIP room. In fact, might have been more than a decade. Really? The inside of the room is probably different from how it was when I knew it. Come to think of it, even then I felt there was something unsettling about this room. Slowly, I pushed the door open. There was light, and even after I let go of it, it kept opening by itself, as though beckoning me in. Beyond it was a darkness as thick and heavy as ink. Even the dim light that seeped in from the corridor seemed bright in contrast. Following hard, I stuck my head in, feeling about for the light switch next to the doorway. This was a horribly unnatural and awkward way to do it. All I really had to do was step inside and search for the switch from there. Unwilling to take even a single step into the room, I timidly stuck just my arm into the darkness and fell on the wall.
There.
Click. There she was, Beatrice, sitting down.
They just forced Beatrice sitting in all the chairs.
The switch, which was hardly ever used, felt stiff and lifeless. However, once the light turned on, the darkness vanished in an instant. And there, exactly as it had been, as though not a thing had changed in all these years, was the VIP room. The curtain and bed cover might have been slightly different. Maybe the chairs and the like have changed too. Still, if I had to put it in words, I'd call it the feel. Wait, what? Still, if I had to put it in words, I'd call it the feel?
As in, like, the feel of this room. I guess a modern word for that would be a vibe.
Oh, thanks. Now I understand.
Yeah, you have to get around that 80s Japan.
They really
vocabulary.
gotta do a modern like re-translation. The stiff, lightless feel of this room hadn't been changed. If I having a stupid thought of like back in like episode freaking 6, was it? Or to talk about how Battler could escape from that room. Or like the room he was locked in. Or like chopping himself up and going down the drain. It's a modern version could be you could just flush her down the freaking toilet and make like a skippity joke there. You could definitely fit one. I'm not gonna think too much harder about that, else my brain
Maybe
get
I could
fried
vent,
even more
but it
than
might
this.
be a little sus.
But there are no
So I can't
vents
do
in the
that.
room. If I hang around here, someone might find me. I'd rather not have mom find me here. What is your mom gonna do at like 2 a.m., dude? She should be fast asleep by this point.
Maybe she had a headache and woke up.
Oh, true.
And just happened to wander to the VIP room.
I've readied myself. And though I hadn't been able to bring myself to enter this room with the lights out, I finally entered. And then the lights went out because of the friggin' thunderstorm raging on. As soon as I closed the door, I felt an oppressive, suffocating sensation. Alright, I shut myself in the VIP room. Come out, Beatrice.
What time is it now?
I looked around the room, but I couldn't see any clock. I'm not in the habit of wearing a watch around the house. Damn. Now, I'm not sure what time it is. Still,
Check your phone.
I know it's only a few minutes at most. Which didn't exist in 1980. I tried to suppress my desire to use going to get a clock as an excuse to run away from this place. Even so, just standing around like this was boring. When I looked around again, searching for something to sit on, I found something strange. There were chairs here I could sit on one of those chairs. What do you need to look around for something to sit on for? There's even a bed in here. Sit on a bed.
Sit on the ground. Japanese people do that all the time.
Dolls are certainly creepy. Oh my! It reminds me. I used to, on like times when I used to visit my grandmother, she would have like an entire like multiple shelves actually, just full of like dolls. It's creeped me the fuck out at night. She liked collecting them. Some of them were still in boxes, and others she had just like sitting like on the shelves.
Ah, the 1980s Japan version of collecting anime figurines.
Yeah. It had been placed on the side table next to the bed. This room had been used often by someone, and I had thought it was just one of their personal belongings. But there was no one living in this room. So, it was impossible for this to belong to the room's owner.
In the modernized Umineko, this would be a Miku doll. What is this, an offering or something? Creepy.
It did look like an offering. A small French doll was sitting on the side table. The doll's hair was gold. It's wearing a black dress. Just who managed to find this doll, and where? There's no doubt that someone placed the doll here to symbolize Beatrice. Does that mean this doll is supposed to be the owner of this room, or something? And, as though it was an offering to that owner, there sat a small plate with several cookies and wrapped chocolates. It was all set out neatly, and there was no dust piled up on the doll. In other words, both the doll and the offering were being taken care of on a regular basis by the servants, and kept in good condition along with the rest of the room. And this is where I'd put my Umineko figures. If there were any, there should be Umineko figurines. Why is there not? Well, it has been getting kind of a boost in popularity lately, right?
Not really, I think. It's been about as popular as it always has been.
I don't, I feel like more people are learning about it. Like there was Joe, obviously, and then there's me because of you. And then maybe I think maybe people are starting to look into it because of Silent Hill F.
It could have been because of Silent Hill, yeah.
Used to be more popular. Give me a Beatrice figure.
I need Erica figures.
No, not her. She doesn't exist. Taken
But if you
care
get a
of.
plushie of her, you can fill her with liquid and throw it at the wall.
Fill her with milk and slam her against the wall, like the freaking one Spamton video about the Spamton like plushie you can get.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Taken care of? No, it was more than that. It looked like an offering. No, like some sort of worship. A prayer saying, please don't curse us. So, while the doll was eerie enough by itself, psychologically, it was even more unnerving to think about how it must have been kept safe and worshipped in a place like this.
Oh, you know what? If there was an Erica plushie, it should have like suction cups on my hand so you could hang it on the window. Like a creepy venomous spider.
Yeah, to hang around like the outside of your window, especially like when it rains. You can just see her like all creepy.
Yeah, that's how she feels with liquid, and I can throw it at the wall. Anyway, stupid.
Put like a roll of duct tape in her hand, dude.
I'm supposed to clap my hands together and say, please don't curse me?
And the doll answers yes. Jessica forced herself to look away from the bizarre doll. When she looked back, it wasn't there anymore. She couldn't bring herself to sit on a bed that wasn't hers. Why? Then again, she didn't really like sitting down on a chair either.
She's too polite.
She had lost any desire to sit on anything in this room. Wandering about aimlessly, they peeked out the window through the gaps in the curtains to stare at the dark, rainy night. What the hell am I doing? Hanging about in a VIP room this late just because of a fight with Maria is still... Just because that fight with Maria is still eating at me. It's just beyond stupid. I'm disappointed in myself.
Butt still hurts from all those pinches.
Beatrice, huh? But that happened in the future, not now.
It reverberated through time.
It's a bit silly, or maybe interesting, how in these, like, flashback kind of things going on here, we don't have any mention or scene with Leon there as well.
Well, if all of these flashbacks are like true events from before the conference, then Leon can't be included, I guess.
Just when did that shrink? So I was thinking back to the scenes where they were having dinner. When Maria was telling everyone about Beatrice at like the dinner table or something. Leon should have been there if he was also like having dinner with everyone, right?
Yeah. Maria only said Jessica's family was there, and then herself and Rosa. Which doesn't really exclude Leon. You know, it's weird that she hasn't been mentioned for real yet.
Suspicious. Just when did that strange witch start living in this mansion? Grandfather's always yelling about Beatrice. Since it's apparently the name of his dead mistress, people started talking about how her ghost must haunt this mansion. There's that kid's horror story about the witch in the forest, which might be a ghost story made up by the adults to stop kids from going in there. The portrait grandfather I hung up in April was really striking. Oh, okay, I guess this confirms the time frame then. This is the 2 years prior. 19...
Yeah, it has to be in the same year. You wouldn't say it like that if it was a different year.
So 1984 then?
Has to be.
There was also that weird epitaph. The creepy words on that, which sounded like some sort of ritual with human sacrifices, made the name of Beatrice seem all the more unnerving. At some point, those stories mixed together, and now they say the witch Beatrice exists. I don't believe in Beatrice, because I know she's just a fictional person made by the fusion of a few horror stories. The Beatrice, who was grandfather's mistress, probably did exist, but she wasn't a witch. Ooh, creepy looking visual here with the rain and darkness of the forest. The story The Witch of the Forest was made up by the adults to prevent their kids from getting lost in the woods. But that was just a made up story, not reality. In fact, I've heard kids were once threatened about wolves living in the forest. Apparently, the kids realized that wolves couldn't exist on the island, so it was changed to a witch. When the portrait was hung, that once vague character suddenly had a face, and people acted as though she'd been around since long ago. That's right, it's all a ghost story someone made, a fiction. And Maria calls Beatrice her best friend, and the servants worship her like a household shrine. Yeah, okay. I think I know what they're talking about. I just don't get it, and it creeps me out. Picks up the phone, Battler's voice. Hello, mother. Oops, wrong number. Finished Umineko, or are you rereading it? My first time going through it. I've not finished it. Not rereading it. First time going through it.
I have finished it.
Oh yeah,
I'm doing my best to be subtle.
Doing his best. Just suddenly ring the phone. Maybe jumped so hard I thought my heart would explode. Darn, don't lie.
Just go along with whatever Damien thinks.
Gee, thanks. There was a phone on the bedside table across from the one with the doll, and it was ringing noisily. However, I was only surprised by the first ring. By the time it had rung 3 times, I regained my cool, enough to grumble about this being a prank done by someone trying to scare me. If I rush to pick it up, I'll probably hear someone laughing at me saying, "Were you scared?" I thought about ignoring it instead, but it kept on ringing incessantly. That's a pretty loud sound to have going on and on this late at night. If Mom somehow manages to hear it from her room, I'm screwed. How would she? How far is this room? I'd figure pretty far.
Okay, I've got it. Might as well say you scared me or whatever.
Decided to pick up the receiver. I'll just say that surprised me, wahaha. Maybe follow that up with, looks like Beatrice didn't show up after all. After all, this is my victory in a sense.
Hello?
So why is... It's Maria?
Hi, Beatrice. Huh? Maria?
Wait, is it she's already back at home. How's she calling? Can you do that? Just call a specific room?
Home and calling Beatrice at 2 a.m.?
That, but also call a specific room in the mansion? Can you do that?
I
From,
don't
like, an
think
outside
you can,
line?
but
I'll assume you probably can.
maybe it's wired to receive calls from outside?
Actually, if we think about it before, when Natsui was receiving calls from the mystery man, it was totally Battler. Genji would, like, be the one, I guess, to receive the call and then transfer it over. So what? Freaking Maria called Genji like, "Hey, can you transfer me over to Beatrice?" Like, "Oh, sure, okay, here you go."
Yeah, whatever, not my problem.
I'm assuming maybe something like that's happening here. I don't get it. Did I hear that wrong? Why would Maria be calling here?
Hello? Thanks for teaching me that fun song last time. In return, I'm gonna sing you a song, Beatrice.
So is Maria just not hearing Jessica speak here?
I just learned this one.
I hope it's the song she was like humming in like the first episode. The voice, the intonation, the manner of speech, all it clearly belonged to Maria, but what was she talking about all by herself? At 2 a.m. You know what? No, alright. Yeah, she would be alone.
Satries was a call girl all along.
Oh man, for how much? Maria just... That's how she made all the gold! Maria just kept on talking happily as I stood there, stunned and unable to interrupt. Oh, she is singing that song!
Yeah, it is the song.
Eventually, Maria started singing an old familiar kid song that even I knew. I don't get it.
Maria? もしもし?
Maria, hello? Wait a sec, stop singing.
何なんだよ。
What's going on?
わけがわかんねえぜ。
I don't get it.
もしもし?
Hello?
The voice, the lights, everything disappeared. In the pitch black, I couldn't see anything, couldn't tell what was happening. I don't get it. What's going on? Power went out. Whoa!
It's pulling out the soundboards.
Beatrice banged some like pots and pans and then playing her soundboard and ran back out.
何今の。
What the hell was that?
Does being in darkness really slows humans down so much? I know it's dark, but I really do have absolutely no idea what just happened. What's that shuffling sound just now? I'm not sure. I can't explain it. It was a loud sound like someone crawling out of bed. I wouldn't say something as non-committal as felt like. I heard it. I wouldn't say something as vague as I sensed the presence. I definitely heard it right next to me, clearly. However, there was no change to the bed. No one had been sleeping in there in the first place, and the sheets were still perfectly straight. Someone had crawled out of bed, and had laughed in a creepy voice before leaving the room. That's what it felt like. Felt like? I'm here, and the bed's right there. I'm not the only one in the same room. I'm right next to it. I'm not only in the same room, I'm right next to it. So why am I so unsure about what happened just a few seconds ago? I gripped the receiver, which had gone completely silent, and waited there, unable to move in a quiet room that seemed exactly identical to the one I had first entered. Huh? What? If nothing had changed since the beginning, I could just pretend that the last minute or so didn't happen. However, if something had changed, that would be proof that something really did happen.
なんだよ。
The
なんねえんだよ。
hell? Where'd it go?
Did it fall to the floor? No, it's not there. No matter where I look, from whatever angle, it's not there. Though the offering plate with the cookies and chocolate is still there, the thing they were being offered to, the doll, it's gone.
嘘だ。
No way.
Then, what just happened? The Beatrice Sama doll supposed to have cackled out loud and left the room? No, that crawling sound was too loud to have been made by the doll. It was a noisy sort of sound, like a kid playing with a blanket and using it as a cape. Then, what? Is that Beatrice Samada supposed to have turned into a human and then run cackling from the room?
嘘だ。
No way.
She's gonna return to her room and the doll's gonna be like sitting in her bed or something. After that, nothing happened. The doll alone disappeared and nothing else changed. In a VIP room that had remained completely unchanged, it was filled with only with the sound of the wind and rain. I stood there, too shocked to move. Jessica would not do well in Silent Hill F. I won't do well in Silent Hill F.
見つかったのか
This game scares me and I haven't even tried playing it yet. Did you ever find
I
that
wish
doll?
I could see if I could do well in Silent Hill F. I want to play it. I looked everywhere, even under the bed.
I'll just do like the Steam like co-op theme and then you could just get it streamed from my PC. Easy.
Yeah, I'll go well.
You can play with like half a second of lag. You'll be fine. It adds to the difficulty.
それこ
Oh,
そ
half a second isn't that
中に
bad,
入
actually.
り込んでまで
I literally crawled in there looking for it,
でも見つか
but
ら
I
な
didn't
かった
find it.
一体あの部屋で何があった
Just what do you think happened in that room?
ベアトリーチェ様のたたり
I
なん
don't
て
think it
思
was
いは
actually
しねえぜ
Beatrice-sama's curse.
あるいは使用人
It
の
might
誰
have
か
been
の
a
いた
prank
ずら
done
だ
by
っ
the
たかもしれ
servants.
ね
いたずら
A prank?
えマリアの声はあらか
Maybe
じ
they
め
recorded
カセッ
Maria's
ト
voice
テ
on a
ープに
cassette
でも
tape or
撮って
something
あっ
ahead
て
of time.
There was that like tape recorder thing that came up like once. Episode 6? Yeah, must have been previous. Or was it 5? I think it was 5. 6 is when a pretend murder happens that becomes a real one because Erica's fucking insane.
God, she's awesome.
Nah, but that wouldn't matter for episode 1 because Maria's literally actually just singing. I was thinking maybe they taped her. Thinking that was maybe used as something in episode 1, but that can't be it because it wouldn't make sense. He's literally there against the wall singing. Who was Beatrice in episode 1?
それを午前2時ちょうどに電話して再生
They
ボタン
then
を
called it
押した
exactly 2 a.m. and pushed the play button.
In that part
Taped
would...
her, Erica would do that. Should do it to me.
Why? No one wants to hear you. Why are you here? Go away.
Why?
No. But what was I thinking of just now? I guess it would make sense here with like her explanation because Maria wasn't actually answering to what Jessica was saying. It's like she didn't even notice her at all. Choosing to ignore
Yeah,
her
it's
or
weird that
something.
she's even getting the call from Maria at all.
There's that, which I don't think an outside call can reach like a specific room like this. And then also it was 2 a.m., but that I guess can still be plausible for her to be awake because freaking Rosa's not going to be there.
Weirdo.
Well, Maria's a weirdo and Rosa's not going to be there, making some excuse about being late at work. And actually just off with her, like, boyfriend who's, like...
Yeah, Rosa would do that. That's a Rosa
also
Umineko
having an
moment.
affair thing going on.
It's not an affair if you don't have a husband.
Yeah, but the dude has a wife.
Oh yeah, he was having the affair.
Yeah.
そしてほどほどのところで配電盤か何かで停電させた
They could have cut the power at the breaker or something.
それからあらかじめ貴
And
賓室の
someone who
ど
had
こか
been
に
hiding in the
隠れてた
VIP
誰
room
かが
beforehand would make a
気持
creepy
ち
laugh,
悪
take
く
the
笑
doll,
いな
and
がら
leave.
人間そう考えりゃ辻褄は
If that was how that happens, everything does fit.
釈然とはしてないようだな
Doesn't sound like you're really convinced it happened that way.
そりゃそうだろ
Can you blame me?
だって
I
これ
mean,
が私を
if
脅か
that was
す
just
た
a
めのい
prank
た
to
ずら
scare
だ
me,
と
it
し
was
たら
way too elaborate.
大掛かりが過ぎる
They made Maria sing beforehand and recorded it. Then someone called the VIP room and replayed that recording. Then someone waited until exactly the right time and tripped a breaker for the VIP room. To turn off the power to the VIP room, you have to go down to the basement. There's a breaker box down in the boiler room being important again. I don't think the breaker would be something important in any of the previous episodes. You don't really have, like, the power going out or anything.
Yeah, nothing like that.
There's no phone line down there, so you need a different person to play back Maria's tape. And you need another person to hide in a VP room to cackle before leaving. And just how long would this last person have to hide in a VIP room beforehand? How long would they have to hide in the pitch black VIP room? Under the bed, for example. Always under the bed! Kinzo? Waiting to scare Jessica, who might or might not come.
魔女のたたりなんて あるわ
There's
け
no
な
way
い
it
ぜ
could be the witch's curse.
でもよ
But still,
人間のいたずらだと考え
imagining
て
that so many people planned
そ
everything
れ
down
だ
to
け
the
の
slightest
人間が
detail
緻密に示し私を驚かせるためだけに
and waited for
この
several
時間
hours in the
暗
darkness
闇で
just to
待ち
scare
構え
me?
て立って考える方が
Would it actually be several hours when it could just be a few minutes? The whole story is like Beatrice gets there at 2 a.m. So at the very least they would get in there like 5-10 minutes before 2 a.m.
Yeah, at worst I would go there at like 1:30.
Ginzo was
To be on
hiding
the safe
in
side.
Natsui's bed. All right. Erica said as much. Of course. I almost forgot.
私はよっぽど薄気味悪いぜ
To me, that's even creepier.
同感だな。
I
い
agree.
っそたたりの方がマシだ。
I'd much prefer a
そのこ
curse.
とを後日
Did you ask the servants about that later on?
聞いたってとぼける
What's
に
the
決まっ
point?
て
They
る
just
ぜ
played dumb, of course.
それに最低3人だぜ
And there had to have been at least 3 of them.
あの日は源氏
On
さん
that
と
day,
ゴ
only
ーダさん
Genji-san,
と
Gohda-san,
熊沢さ
Kumasawa-san,
んと
and
シャノン
Shannon
が泊ま
stayed
って
the
た
night.
So Genji, Kumasawa, and Shannon. Got it. They were all in on it.
そのうちの3人があんな薄気味悪いいた
So
ずら
3
に
of those
加担
4
したっ
helped
て
out
の
with that
か
creepy prank.
I'd believe it. It was everyone except Goda.
わけわかんね
Doesn't make sense.
えだから
That's
私は
why
聞けなか
I
った
couldn't ask about it. I can see Goda joining with the prank. Because she was
Why?
asking him about the room as well. Like,
Hmm.
he just do it for some fun.
Woody?
I can see it.
I can't. He wants to score, like, good boy points with the entire family. Would he really...
He can score good boy points with the servants.
He doesn't care about... Do you not remember how he treats everyone else?
Yeah, fair.
Hmm.
You're right.
True, admin is a strange experience for her, but it wasn't something completely impossible for humans to do. Even so, it must have really been more unnerving to imagine a large number of people planning so carefully just to scare Jessica. It's no surprise that she found this scarier than Beatrice's curse.
今でも使用人たちがお前をは
Do
め
you
たと
still
信じ
believe
て
the
いる
servants pulled a fast one on you?
いや
No.
多分ビビっ
I
ちまった
probably
私の
just freaked
勘
out
違い
and
なんだ
mistook
よ
what I saw and heard.
きっと人形はどこかに転げ
The
落
doll
ちて
probably just fell somewhere,
私が
and
た
I
また
just
ま
had
それを
trouble
見つ
finding
け
it.
られなかった
Okay,
だ
but
け
how did it fall if it was just sitting down? Motionlessly in a room.
She left the door open and it was drafty in the house.
Oh.
すべて
No, she closed the
気のせい
door!
だったと言いたいのか
It reopens because it's a shitty, rusty door.
Oh.
That's why they lock it, so it can't open on itself.
Of course. Are you trying to say you imagined the whole thing?
人形が消えた以外何の
Other
変
than
化
the
も
doll
証拠もな
disappearing,
い
there was no other proof that anything had changed.
マリアにも後日聞いたけど
Later on, I talked to Maria, and she said she didn't know anything about a song or the phone call.
とぼけたのか本当に
I
知
don't know
ら
if she
ない
was
のか
lying or not,
わ
of
からない
course.
けれどとにかくあの晩の
Anyway,
あの
what
出来
happened
事
that night?
私が確か
It's
に
just
あったと
something
言
I
い
thought
張ってる
happened.
だけで何も証明することができない
And there's no proof of any kind.
皮肉だな
That's
た
ironic.
とえお前が
Even if you had met Beatrice directly, you wouldn't have been able to prove that either.
しばらくはショックだったけ
For a
ど
while, I was pretty rattled about
時
it,
間が経っ
but
て
as time went on,
あれは臆病な私
I
が
began to think that
落雷か
lightning
何
or
か
something
で
had shut off
一
the
瞬だ
power
け
for a
停電
second and
したのに
spooked
び
me.
っくりして庭木の枝がちぎれて
And maybe one of the trees in the
バサバサ
garden
落ちる
fell while
音
making
誤解
rustling
したんじゃない
sounds, which
か
I
な
mistook for
って
someone
思
crawling
える
out
よ
of
う
the
になっ
beds
た
because I was already scared.
笑い声は
And the laugh?
変な鳥の鳴き声とか
Maybe some strange birds.
The bird. Freaking parakeet out there.
Yeah, it was a one-winged eagle.
Oh, it's all coming together.
とにかくそう聞こえ
Anyway,
てしまう
I
何
might
か
have
の聞き
misheard
間
something
違い
to
だ
get
った
that
かもしれ
sound.
ね
But even with all these, the disappearance of the doll is still the one unexplainable thing, right?
私は強がってるだけで
I act tough,
本当
but
は
it turns out I'm
信
actually
じ
an
られないくらい
unbelievable
臆病だ
coward.
っただから
Yo, same?
あんなことが
That's why I
あ
let
った
my
よ
imagination get a
誤解
hold
し
of
てしま
me.
ったんだそう考えるようにして
I decided to think
I
about it that
don't
way,
know
and
what
kept
to
firmly repeating it to myself to help me forget everything that happened at night.
すべては闇の
So
中
it all remains in darkness. No, it was only dark for a second.
人間
Mhm.
忘れようと思えば
People are actually pretty good at forgetting things if they try. I mean, have you played Amori? It's crazy.
以来ベアトリーチェとい
Ever
う
since
言
that
葉を
night,
聞
I
くたび
felt
に
uncomfortable every
嫌
time
な
I
気持
hear
ち
the
が
word
こみ上げる
Beatrice.
でもそれを顔に出さ
But
な
I
いよ
try
うに
hard
努め
not
て
to let
る
it show in my face.
Hmm.
おしまい
That's all.
私に話せるのは
I
この
can't
程
tell
度
you any
の
more than
話だ
that.
けだぞ情けない話だから
It's
誰
really
にも内
embarrassing,
緒
so
に
please don't tell anyone.
私がビビリだったって
I don't want them knowing what
誰
a
にも
huge
知ら
chicken
れ
I
たく
was.
ねえからな
わかった。
You got it.
最後に
I have one last question.
貴賓室のことで
About the VIP room?
違う。
No.
食堂でのことだ。
About the dining hall.
食堂
The dining hall?
Yeah, was Leon there?
お前の階段の直前の親族会議の日。
On the day of the family conference, just before your ghost story, all of the relatives were gathered in the dining hall, right?
ああ
Yeah.
当時はまだバトラーは戻ってな
Except
かった
Badler
け
and
ど
come back to the family yet.
それ以外は全員いたよ
Everyone else was there.
もちろんじいさまは除くぜ
Everyone except grandfather, of course.
And that included Leon?
賢者は腹痛で空席だったな。
And Angie wasn't in the room because of her stomach ache.
お前の隣の
Her seat was next to yours, wasn't it?
そうだぜ
Yep.
それはお前の右の席だったか。
What was the seat to your right?
そうだぜ右の席だ
Yeah,
よ
the seat to my right.
Or was that the seat to your right?
それが何か
Why does it matter?
あ
Hmm.
れ
Wait.
おかしいな
That's strange.
どうして
Why
右
did
十分だ。
That's enough.
無理に考えるな。
Try not to
普通に
think.
なら
You just get a headache. Oh, he's finding like cracks in everyone's memory about Leon, right? I like
どう
that.
したんだいジェシカ
What's up, Jessica?
何を悩んでるんだい
By the confused look.
いやその
Well,
左
right, left. Eh,
He just told you to stop thinking about it. You're gonna get a headache.
おかしなジェシカ
Haha, so weird.
どうビル
How's it going, Will?
ジョージ兄さんやジェシカに
Have George, Nissan, and Jessica told you anything useful? Why, she doesn't get an honorific?
まずまずだ。
seating math.
A bit.
A good way to put it.
階段はなかなか面白い
That ghost story about Beatrice was pretty fun.
階段
Ghost story?
ど
What
んな話ですか
are you talking about?
午前2時の貴賓室に
The one about Beatrice's ghost appearing in the VIP room at 2 in the morning?
なかなかおっかない話。
Pretty scary story.
初耳です
I never heard of
誰
that.
が言い出した話か知りませんけど
I don't know who put that out there.
仮にも
Would
当
it
時
be
その
really
今週
rude
の
making
階
up
段
ghost stories
にしてしまう
about the woman our
失
head
礼な話
is
です
indebted to?
模範解答だな。
A model answer? Hmm.
何か
What?
リオンは碑文はわかるか？
Do you know about the epitaph, Leon?
碑文
Epitaph?
何の話です
What epitaph?
ベアトリーチェの肖像画のところにある例の
The
碑文だ。
epitaph by Beatrice's
す
portrait.
みません
My
何のこと
apologies,
かさっぱり
but I have no idea what you mean.
懐かしき故郷を
Behold, the sweet fish river running through my beloved home of old.
何ですか
Just what are you talking about?
お前のいや
So, in your
この世
world,
界には
no. In this
肖
world,
像画はあるのに
the portrait exists,
碑文はねえ
but not the epitaph?
玄関ホールに掲げられてる
Of course, I know about the large portrait of Beatrice hanging in the entrance hall, but I haven't heard of this epitaph.
何の話です
What is it? Hmm,
面白い違いだ。
that's a very interesting difference.
リオンはずっとロッケン島で暮らしてきた。
Hmm.
Yeah, what do you think about it?
People having gaps in memory about Leon, but their memory stays consistent with there being the whole epitaph thing. But then Leon here doesn't have full memory like all the servants, it seems. Or the epitaph. Or at the very least, he doesn't have memories or like very good knowledge about Canon and Shannon. Or the epitaph. The others, he seems to at least know their names decently well. I don't think he stumbled upon the names for like Kumasawa or Nanjo or like Genji.
Yeah, it's specifically the young servants that she struggles with.
Which
is still
Would
very
only-
because she's worked there for like 10 years.
Yeah, there's that, and then the only young servants in Umineko are Shannon and Canon.
Well, that's just because they were at the conference at that time.
They're the only
there actually
ones that
other
matter.
servants that rotate out.
Hmm. I wonder if there's any other... Keep those back in my mind. It's a very interesting difference. You lived on Roppongi all your life, right?
無論です。
Of
そ
course.
れが何か。
What's your point?
子供の頃
When you were a little kid, were you warned not to go near the woods?
ええ。
Yes.
迷子になって危ないから。
They always said to stay
決
away.
して近づくな。
It would be dangerous if we got lost.
森には魔女が出ると
Because a witch lives in the forest?
魔女。
A witch?
何の話です？
What witch?
黄金の魔女にして六軒島の夜
The Golden Witch. The ruler of Roppongima's night.
ベアトリーチ
Beatrice.
ベアトリーチェは。
Beatrice is a woman to whom grandfather owes a great debt. Don't you think it's a bit rude to treat her like a witch or a ghost?
魔女ベアトリーチェは知らない
You don't know of the witch Beatrice?
黄金と共に潜水艦でやってきた。
I know about the Beatrice who came here in a submarine along with the gold, and about her daughter who was raised in a hidden mansion. We just learned about those two together a short while ago, right?
それがいつ魔女に
Where does a witch come in?
うん
Hmm,
なるほど
I
そうで
see.
したか
So that's
で
it.
は森に入ると何が出ると脅され
And how did they scare you to keep you from going into the woods?
森
Wolves?
には王が住んでるから近寄るなと。
They said that wolves lived in the
魔
forest.
女で
Not a
なく
witch,
狼
but wolves.
なるほどな
Of
面
course.
白い
Very interesting.
私は面白くありません。
Isn't interesting to
何の
me?
話です？
What are you talking
魔女
about?
って何のことですか？
What is this witch?
こっちの話だ
I'm just talking to
最後
myself.
にもう一つ聞き
I
たい
have one more question.
どうぞ。
Please, go ahead.
親族会議の食堂で
During the family conference,
誰が座
who
る
sits to your right at the dining table?
私の向かいは妹のジェシカ。
My little sister Jessica sits across
そ
from
の
me.
次の序列はエヴァ
The next in rank is Aunt Eva's son.
だからジョージ兄
So
さん
George Nissan is the one on my right.
それが何か
What's your point?
なるほどな
I get it.
紛らわしく入り混じってやがる
It's all meshed together in a confusing mess. But
面白い
it is interesting.
私には全然さっぱりですが
Well, I don't have a clue. Things are all mashed and mushed. It seems everyone is taken from point to the story, or like Beatrice and Epitaph. The witch Beatrice and Epitaph are like all existing and mashed together into Leon's like world here where the witch doesn't exist, but Beatrice is known as like Enzo's mistress, and everyone else mashed in here is as memories of like the Leon forced upon them. Oh no. Here's the culprit. Oh, what a good chapter name.
What do you think about that title?
Yeah, we'll think more about that on tomorrow when we do more of this. Hopefully a bit earlier so we can get through more of the story a bit. We did at least 2 chapters, and that's usually the goal with these anyway. So can't be disappointed. Oh, man. Love these bits of seating mastering the whole section, TBH. I like how, I really like how he's using that to, question others about, like, the Leon without directly mentioning him. It's like he's finding loopholes to, like, ask different questions.
Mm.
So I guess we can trust these, like, flashback stories we're kind of getting, because they don't involve Leon in it. As we figured out with Jessica earlier. Leon didn't exist. That. So I think we can trust that ghost story still, though. I want to know more about Leon. What's going on with him? I don't think we got any, like, full character update things.
No, you've just gone background more.
Alright. Okay. I'm sure tomorrow we get through more of this. Alright, let's go back to the title and get the music box so it's not just rain playing. So we learned more about the Beatrice that Maria hung out with. And then creepy ghost story that Jessica had. George had nothing interesting to say. How could they do this to the most important character in Umineko? And then... What's Soul of a Soul? You know what? Yeah, we'll play that one. And then... we're learning very interesting things about how this game board is, like, sewn together. Bits and pieces of different fragments, I guess you can say. What is up with it? Don't know Lambda Delta this episode sucks so far. We're probably never gonna see her again. She's gone. Forever. Jess Bernkinsell, sometimes. Maybe. Where's Featherine? Just watching Bern put this together. Nice click clacks.
Thanks.
But yeah, I guess tomorrow we do more of this, just maybe an hour earlier or so. Try to get through more chapters.
1 hour of this?
Yeah. We're gonna speed read like 3 chapters in an hour. Get ready to talk fast. And then
Alright, I'll lock in.
Sunday we're doing OJ, right? Man, it's been I probably should make sure whatever mods I have are ones that can still work. Since it's been like a year or two since we last played. That they're mostly cosmetic things, right? Maybe I'll just
yeah.
maybe I'll just disable them all and be safe.
I think the only mod that I'll probably be missing is the Ina mod you made for Chris. I think you made that one.
The Ina?
Yeah, there was a mod that turned like bounty hunt boss into Ina, and you turned that one into Chris, basically.
Into Chris.
It was years ago, so I don't
know who
I don't
Chris.
fault you for not remembering.
I remember the Ina mod. I don't remember who Chris is.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you replaced the. Or you don't know who Chris is.
Yeah, no, I don't know who you're. I don't know who that is.
Girl who summons chef.
Oh, okay.
And I think the chef was a taco.
Right. I'm remembering. Why wouldn't that work?
Mod I won't have. Well, I won't have it because I've uninstalled the game and only installed it again yesterday.
Oh, and that was alright. It was a manual thing. Right,
yeah.
right.
You wouldn't put that on the workshop because it's just you stole someone else's monitor.
I didn't steal, but I still have like all my OJ stuff installed, so I probably still have that.
Oh, nice.
Maybe. Where did I even slap Umineko?
The cosmetics mod should be fine anyway.
Alright, and I don't remember having that many mods to begin with. Oh, I don't have 100% OJ in my favorite. Oh, it's right here anyway. Alright.
It's not his favorite anymore. He hates it.
Browse local mods folder empty. Uh-oh. But I never uninstalled it.
My mods folder is empty as well, huh?
Or do mods go in a different directory? How do mods work?
I would assume manual mods go in the mods folder. And it's only empty... No. It wouldn't be empty for you, because you should still have them. Oh, I don't know then.
Did I ever play OJ on this PC? I remember My hard drive's dying.
Oh, maybe that's it.
It couldn't have. Maybe it was that long ago. Oh man. My
I know, I haven't
mods.
really played OJ in years.
Last played 2023. Oh, sick. That's a long time.
Yeah.
It'd be fun to play it again though. Alright, so tomorrow Umineko, Sunday OJ, Monday try as I prepare myself to play Silent Hill. And
I sadly
then
won't be there to watch it because, of course, I want to play it myself.
oh man, he hates watching me.
I
Hey.
hate spoiling myself on a game I want to play myself. Yes.
How are you gonna play it though? You can't play on your PC.
I'll just have to eventually gather the money to upgrade it. It's gonna be a couple months at the very least.
Just put on more cat outfits and breakers. That earns you money.
It did once.
It's
It's not a sustainable income.
Are you sure? Have you tried?
I'm starting up breakers right now.
Addicted. He's never gonna continue the SMT5 run.
Well, doing it this late, it just doesn't feel right.
I guess it is a
I
bit
need
late.
more time to
Just
play
a
it.
smidge. Alright, well, be it for me. I guess I'll be seeing ya. Have fun playing breakers or whatever.
Yeah, sure. Bye-bye.
See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Streamer only plays one game. I don't know what I'm gonna play Monday. We could try... Well, since I'm done with Trails, I did get Etrian Odyssey, like the HD version, a few days ago. We could play some of that. Because I've been really interested in trying Etrian Odyssey. I don't know what else I'm gonna play on Monday. Maybe we'll figure it out. I could always go back to the usual fallback of playing, like... Oh, actually, I do want to try the SMT5 rando as well. Maybe I'll do that Monday if I have nothing else going on. That looked like a lot of fun from what I saw SGM doing. I'll probably maybe do that on Monday. And then, if things go well, Silent Hill on Tuesday? Either Tuesday or Wednesday. One of them. Yeah, that's gonna be it for me for today, as always. And remember to watch me. Thanks for watching us. See you next time. Hopefully tomorrow we get through more chapters. We'll see, we'll see. See ya, see ya.